Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Starfighter. Good to see you. Okay. Think we are ready to go here. So, last time we ended, I said I was going to run a probe to finish a contract, and I think I did that. Yes. Do I remember what that contract was? Absolutely not. I did not write it down. Probably this Cosmic Ray Beyond LEO that needed to sit around for like 45 days. Probably this one. Regardless, it's done. We have some science. Not as much science as I would like, but some. While I was running that contract, somebody retired, so we'll have to pop into the admin building and check that out. Oh, and also my head is right over this contracts panel. There's really nothing that's fully out of the way when you're viewing this stuff from, like, the bottom. But in the flight scene, the contracts are, like, up here. So I don't know if there's any, like, actual perfect spot. And the followers bar covers half the toolbar anyway. So, all right, I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. Let's check out administration. Who retired? Who do I need to replace? Here we go. Our administration. I don't remember who I had before they retired. Already forgotten. Any whiteboard action today? Probably. In some capacity. We'll see. If by whiteboard you mean me, like, opening up the GIMP and trying to draw some pretty pictures. But I definitely need to think through some of the more complex flight control questions that I still haven't taken the time to think through. So we'll see if we get there. Minus 50% confidence cost for program activation. I don't really care about that. Lower salaries, more reputation. Minus 5% funds. For the most part, funds haven't been an issue, other than when I overhire researchers. But extra reputation turns that into more money, right? So, whatever, minus 12% salary. I mean, I'd have to know the game numbers pretty specifically to know if this is the right choice, but let's see. 10% of all research, 10% confidence from science. Tight deadlines, yeah. I think this is the one that I had before. I don't remember. Von Braun is currently my chief designer. 15% science. Less reputation loss from decay. I'd rather be flying more missions, though. Let's do Korolev. All right, and let's, I don't think I have any active contracts, no. Our available contracts are the Lunar Flyby and Impactor, and the various early navigational networks. Here, I actually made some notes at the end of last stream. Let's look at my notes, and let's figure out what I said we needed to do. These are not detailed notes, but they're better than nothing. So yeah, do the infrared radiometry satellite when I have the right science node. Do an orbital speed and return safely, and start running camera satellites, and also Bio 2 satellites. Maybe build an atlas. Oh, thinking about the eccentricity and the periapsis of the early navigation network. Can I actually fly these without needing hugely more complex rockets? And then the Lunar Flyby Impactor. Because I don't think my current Thor Agena is good enough for this. And I have this figure out how to plan TLI burn in KOS, but also, well, in the real world, we wouldn't have done this, right? They would know. They would have it programmed ahead of time when their departure and what all of the things would have been. So that would, I guess the equivalent of that for me would be opening a simulator on, like, pick a day that Lunar Transfer Planner says is a decent day, and then do the thing. do it, plot the flight manually, plug the parameters into KOS script, and just have that be part of the program, right? And then I can look ahead to, well, try to look ahead to, like, my distance relative to the moon, and that's going to be hard to do with KOS, I think, because a lot of the orbit at stuff, what Dombaradu was saying last week was that a lot of this prediction stuff doesn't work with Principia. Like I can make maneuver nodes, and I can look at those maneuver nodes that are so far ahead, but some of these, like orbit at, right, because this returns a patch and we're not going to have a patch. I don't know about how these, like, velocity at and position at work, but depending on if these work with patches under the hood or if they, like, dig into the physics system in different ways, these also may not work. But we can do maneuver nodes, so what we have to do is, if we want to run any sort of prediction, is we have to make a maneuver node, and we have to get velocity and time. And I'm not sure if the maneuver node API gives us what it thinks the quote-unquote... I mean, obviously in Principia there is no parent body, right? It's n-body physics. But let's check. Let's check for the node struct. A maneuver node returns maneuver node. Here we go. Yeah, so we can get... Yeah. But the question is... if I put a maneuver node so many seconds ahead when I might have to just try it. Because if I do I think I unlocked maneuver nodes at the end of last stream. I'll have to double check that I actually clicked through everything and spent the money, but I think I have them now. I'd really love for Principia to have, like, some KOS integration. Maybe that's a... add that to the list of possible programming streams. Everyone can see how bad I am at C#. But yeah, if I can get the node and get its parent body, because, like, definitely I use the orbit structure a lot. And I think Principia thinks it knows what the body is sometimes. Because have I used orbit.body ever? You know, we can try this. Let's do some science. I should have at least one flight still in progress that I can hop onto and yeah, cosmic ray science. Let's fly you. And it's in the dark. Let's get some light on this thing, so we're not just looking at a black screen. All right, let's get our... Oh, I don't have control here. Cannot wait until I have S-band everything all the time. Let's get our altitude down. Oh, whoops, that was too far. Time to PE. Let's see, do we have signal here? No. Hey, did I miss my connection? Was it that short? There we go. We're in. Oh, and this still has a bunch of science to transmit. Okay. Yeah. 2 days worth of transmission when we don't have... Alright. So if I do print ship orbit... Thanks for that. Print ship orbit... body. Huh. Gonna have to fix that. Shortcut. Something, is it nav HUD? Has shift Y as its shortcut. Anyway, okay, so we do have a ship orbit body, and that body is Earth. So that does work. The question is if I can point this at some other... If Principia is just sort of guesstimating that, then that's fine. And it's like, okay, your closest body or the one with the highest gravity influence or whatever is Earth or the moon. I don't know how it determines that. But as long as that works... Yeah. Yeah, I should be able to make the node. Let's see. Open terminal. Let's do maneuver nodes. Set N2. Oh, yeah. Duh. Yes, I don't have to type it all in. You're right. Oops. Okay. How do I do this? Maneuver node? Nope, that was me clicking on Earth again. Maybe I don't have it yet. That's KAC. Construction. Maybe I didn't actually buy it yet. Let's go back to the Space Center and let's double check that I actually bought it. I thought I did. I thought I bought the upgrades last time. And that needed to be a right click. Every time, without fail. Yeah, I didn't see it in the construction time view that it was still building. Like, there's nothing here. Yeah, facility level 2. Patch conics visible in map. Mission control. Fully operational. Level 2. Okay, so we should have it. I know Principia does some different things with maneuver nodes. Maybe I just can't click on my orbit like that, and I need to... Oh, or maybe this knows that this vessel doesn't have control? No, that shouldn't matter. Worst case, I can just type it in. Or, you know, there is a Principia menu. Flight plan. Create flight plan. Add maneuver. Delta V tangent. That's a lot of meters a second. Let's just do like 100 meters a second at T initial. I don't know, it doesn't matter. "15 minutes into the flight plan. Analyze. Whoop. Well, yes. I might need to reread the analysis. Highly elliptical Earth orbit. Yes, thank you. So yeah, that 100 meters a second might actually push me out of... Let's make that, like, much smaller. Like 5 meters a second. Oh yeah, and my flight plan is not a whole orbit, so let's also do like 10-hour duration. 1,000 meters a second. Definitely too much. 10 meters a second. Still doesn't like it. Making an instant impulse. This is where we start reading the Principia docs. Let's see. Flight planning. Yeah, show on nav ball. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a, well, it's covered in stuff. But it is on the map here. We have our dotted line that shows our projected orbit change with 10 meters a second. If I make this like 100, it's bigger. It's not predicting very far ahead. I'm not sure how to make it do that. Okay. Anyway, that is fine such as it is. The question is, can I see any of that in KOS? Okay, we do have a node. But we should only have one. Yes. Okay, so we are integrated with Principia's maneuver nodes. And then if I add another node here, delta V0, we should have all nodes at 1 again. No. Doesn't like that. Oh, maybe it has to have some amount of delta V before it even thinks it's... It's an instant impulse. Still doesn't like it. Make it teeny tiny amount. Still doesn't like it. Yeah. Well, that's like a minute after. Let's make you more like... I don't know. 2 hours after? Yeah, you can sort of see that the orbit's different there. Not really. Like, we push it out and then we pull it back. Maneuver number 1, maneuver number... Oh, I said do you like 2 hours after. Come on. Yeah, maneuver number 1. And then maneuver number 2. And then we're in a funky orbit. Yeah. Yeah, we have next node, which is all nodes at 0. But I can't look further ahead than that. I can't see the second node. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of, but that means I can't look past a node, right? Because, like, what I really want is if I make maneuver number 1 here... Here, let's delete maneuver 2. And if I figure out where the moon is... So we're going to want to do it like, I don't know, here-ish. My orbit's pretty inclined. Regardless, I see, please. Oh, I need to be plotting for like a week out. Please, can I plot for a week out? There it goes. And then I also need to go, what is that? Binormal? This is an inclined orbit, so it's going to be a little funky to get an encounter. Obviously, these numbers are ridiculous. That's not the point. It might not be reasonable to get anything close to what we actually need here for a lunar impact with this particular orbit for me to try to extend it out. But like what I want to be able to say is like, okay, I've got this node here, and then I want to add another node after that, right? And I want to be able to look at this node with its instant impulse that's going to be, 8 hours out, 12 hours out. However far out. And be able to say, what are my orbital parameters here? But I guess that's just the orbit after. Yeah, I mean, if all else fails. So, like, if I do print ship orbit. We took too long playing with this. Our orbit is too high now. Maybe we need to wait until I have like an S-band satellite that I always have signal with to experiment with some of this. But yeah, what I want to be able to do is like, one, can I look at my AP and PE like as the orbit changes? Principia injects a parent body, right? There's not really a parent body. It provides one if the orbit is stable. So I need to be able to say, okay, when I am passing the moon, I'm going to have a node around periapsis, and I want to... And, again, maybe the thing is just, do the maneuvers myself in Principia and then let KOS execute them. And maybe that's close enough to automated, but I'd like to be able to have more of the program in place ahead of time where it can, like, figure out its own orbital parameters and update itself from that. Yeah, it provides an orbit at the point of the node. Node.orbit works. I'm not sure if that's the orbit before or after the node. And, like, I'm not sure with a transfer orbit, right, where you would have typically in KOS, that would be KSP, that would be two conics, right? We have the conic leaving Earth, or the conic, yeah, effectively leaving Earth and entering the moon's sphere of influence, even though they're nested. And those are two different conics with two different parent bodies, right? But with the n-body physics, like, that's... What does that look like? How do I... What I want is to be able to use, I mean, like I said, orbit at, but... I'm not sure, see if we're gonna reacquire... Probably not. Only after the first node. Yeah. Since the node that KOS sees is placed on the conic. Okay, so I can only get, like, one node and see the result of that node. I was hoping I could still at least get a list of nodes, and even though they wouldn't be on conics, I'd be able to get, like, some of the information from Principia's predictions at that point. Right? That's all I really want, is I want to be able to know, like, what's the estimated parent body at a given time t, and what's my, like, AP and PE, right? Yeah, Lambert solver looking better. Because what I really want to be able to do is just, like, I'm going to point a solid at the moon, right? Probably a solid. And if I'm not actually impacting, I want to be able to adjust that. And it would be cool to be able to write the program to do that and not have to, like, design those maneuvers myself. I can write the program such that I set up the maneuvers and it executes them sort of as it can see the next node. But yeah, it's too bad that Principia can't show Because Principia does say what it thinks the orbit looks like, and it does orbital analysis looking further ahead, right? Sigh. Yeah, exactly. There's always going to be corrections, and again, I have to be able to program that in somehow. But I can always plot the node myself and say that's the equivalent of ground control feeding correction numbers up to the computer, mumble, mumble, mumble. Which is how it would have been done back in the 50s and 60s. It's too bad that Principia doesn't make it easier to introspect. Yeah, we can always put one node and we can get information about our... Yeah. I guess I didn't realize how much of all of this stuff Principia does. Like, I knew that it changed the way that it drew orbit lines and things like that. And I know that it does, again, it injects, you're sort of always on a fake conic, right, for some portion of your orbit so that other mods work. But considering that it can always do a fake conic now, I would have expected that it could make a fake conic at any point in the future. Right? Like... Oh, well. Oh, that's fine. I think for now, I will design my missions around just, like, assuming that I am going to input a... I'm going to upload information about the orbit, whatever, quote-unquote. And what that really means is I'm just going to plot the maneuver. I think as long as things like timing of staging and things like that are fully automated, I'm still going to say that I'm respecting the spirit of the challenge, especially given that Principia just doesn't give me the look-ahead functionality that I'd like. Because what I really want is I want to be able to, guesstimate my orbit. Like, I want to have an estimated TLI burn. I want to run that, plug that maneuver node in, put another maneuver node that's, like, close to when I want to do a correction burn. And I'd like to be able to do all that from KOS. But it sounds like that's just not going to happen, so... I mean, again, Principia is open source. Even if they won't take the patch as a stable API, I could hack it together myself. But... I don't know if I feel like doing that programming stream. Programming live on stream, just... I mean, I'm doing a bad enough job of it just with KOS. I don't think we need to see me trying to do Kerbo script and C++ and C# all at the same time. Okay, so maneuver nodes it is the answer. Or rather, I need to plot one maneuver at a time, and... But as long as I have the plan, Principia will let KOS see one node ahead, and it can still execute the burn, right? Even though I can't see, okay. I just can't look ahead to, like, the second or third one and have the script make adjustments based on what it's seeing at future nodes. Yeah, I mean, we'll be pretty close to burn precision. That's fine. Let's just... Alright, that's enough messing around in this probe then, especially since we're out of comms range. Yeah, it might be able to make initial guesses for its nodes. It's just really... Principia is already doing all of this integration into the future to generate, like, predicted orbits and whatever else, and... I would love to have access to that data in my scripts, especially if I'm going to be ever trying to do interplanetary stuff, etc. But that's fine. Okay. During node execution, yeah. It did look, though, that at least their predictor is smart enough to treat, well, I left the seed. But it looked like during planning, I can plan around, like, the actual thrust of my vehicle and things like that. Like, it'll actually integrate the maneuver over time, like KSP2. Cool. So at least my plans will be reasonably precise. Best feature of KSP2, by the way, was the new maneuver nodes. I nailed every single orbit I tried in KSP2. It was beautiful. All right. Yeah, I think we can work with those limitations. And I think especially since we are simulating a, 50s to 60s space program, saying, like, humans on the ground are beaming up the, like, timing and direction of when to do the orbit. And that would have been, semi-manual with the help of computers for all their burn time computations, et cetera, et cetera. So, the point is to not do things by hand that would have been done by a computer in real life. So I think for the 50s and 60s tech level, we're within the spirit of what I was trying to do with this run. Okay. So let's So Lunar Flyby and Impactor, I don't think my Thor, well, maybe with a good enough kick stage, a bigger kick stage, the Thor Agena that I have right now could push something to Lunar. Maybe. Gravimetric satellite needs a fairly tight orbit. That's, very low eccentricity. And I can't get things into tight orbits right now. Magnetometry. Can I just do this with my current sort of Thor Agena launcher? AP above 250, PE above 3. What's the PE of my current science satellites? Can I see that? AP 60 meg. Yeah, 60 megameters. Okay, that's plenty high. I might not even need a kick stage for that, although the magnetometer's heavy, as I recall. Oh, PE above 3 megameters. Okay, never mind. This is a... I had AP and PE backwards there. Okay, so we need to be PE above 3 megameters, AP above 250... Or sorry, AP below 250, but high eccentricity. Okay. I don't know if I have the raw oomph to get this one yet. Cherenkov radiation... Okay. I think I unlocked this when I completed one of the other contracts. Yeah, this was launched on a Juno. I should be able to do this. Eccentricity above 0.75. What is that? Let me see if I can find a quick... That is not quick. I'm looking for an orbital. All right. So if the PE is low, my AP is... What does that need? Okay. So yeah, I think my current... The probe that I have out there, the cosmic ray science, is basically in an orbit that meets this profile. I just have to change which science is on it. And we should be able to get pretty close to this. So let's see if I can... Well, I might not have that science researched. Yeah, the Cherenkov cosmic ray detector. Infrared radiometer. This is running right now, or did that science actually finish? Oh, I have no tech nodes. Oh, this finished. Okay. This finished while I was waiting to finish the... finish the other contract, I guess, where I had to transmit enough of the science. In that case, I will grab this. Oh, and I have EDL as well. Okay, all of the science finished when I was not paying attention. So yeah, we're going to grab basic avionics. We're going to grab... I can't grab early flight control. What can I actually take? Digital comms, level 3. Comms tech, level 2. Or do I want solids? This has the Baby Sergeant upgrade, which I'll never use. This has the... It does have the Pioneer adjustment motor. which I might actually use, depending on how I want to do my... my impactor and flyby contracts. Let's get digital comms. I think getting the comms up to a certain level is also like part of the requirements for some of the commercial. Yeah, upgrade tracking station to at least level 4. So I need to keep pushing on this to get that upgraded. Okay. So we do have the... Looking at my to-do list. We have the infrared radiometry. So I can do this one. I might be able to do the... the Cherenkov radiation detector satellite as well. I think we hit the eccentricity limit for that. So let's work on these ones that are going to give us science, and I do have the EDL tech as well. So I should be able to start doing some early suborbital and even orbital camera and biocapsule 2 and start getting all the science out of that stuff that I haven't been getting. So let's work on that stuff, because I'm still pretty science limited. And then we'll work on the navigation and commercial satellite contracts a little bit later. So yeah, Cherenkov detection, infrared radiometry. This magnetometry one, I don't think I have the oomph for. But this reach orbital speed and return safely, I think I can also take. So if I'm lucky, I can grab, like, my Cosmic 2 and swap out its science, and it'll just do what I need. Figure experiments. We've done early TV camera. How heavy is the early TV camera, by the way? 5 kilograms, okay. And the radiation detector 1... Okay, yeah, this is barely heavier than the other one. Cool! Magnetometer is heavy. Mass spectrometer is heavy, and it's done. Early TV camera I've already put on a reasonably eccentric orbit, and it's heavy. I could throw up the infrared radiometer. I think our orbital parameter requirements are a little bit different. Sorry, I know you can't see this behind my head. Yeah, it wants a more circular for the infrared radiometry satellite. Oh, actually, a fairly low eccentricity. We'll have to see if I can achieve that. But I can get the science out of it at least, even if I can't get the orbital parameters. I didn't check what time it actually was outside, so I know how far I had to skip in my sim to see if we can get sunlight on this launch. Yeah, it's the middle of the night. It is 5 a.m. Let's just warp to dawn. Alright, so I think this should be able to hit the orbital parameters. This thing worked just fine with the previous, Oh, of course. This thing seemed to work just fine with the, There we go, that's what I want. With the previous mission, it got up fine. We hit our PE and AP, and it looks like we're going to be pretty close to that here. I might have to make sure that the PE comes in a little bit lower. The last time we flew this, I think it has a slightly higher PE, and that might wreck our eccentricity numbers. But let's sim this and find out. I probably also do have some improvements that I can make. Like, I think I got the better battery tanks for the satellite core and some other stuff, so... Whoa, that heaves off the launch pad. I should have grabbed those solids for some strap-on boosters, but I'm going to be, probably building an Atlas soon instead of relying on the Thor anyway. I think for my lunar missions, I'm going to need a little more oomph, so... Oh, this doesn't need to be inclined, does it, for this mission? Okay, that's something else I can tweak with the launch script, is to get rid of the inclination. That should give us the extra delta V we need, honestly. And now that we do have the ability to look ahead to our AP and the time until our AP, I should also be able to adjust our upper stage pitch program a little bit so it's smarter about what direction it wants to burn in. What does the code do for orbital insertion? Let's look at it while it's here. I was just saying that I want to rewrite it, but we're going to still be on Cosmic. I think that is ECEF. It just says surface. Like, I could go to ECI. Those are the two that it toggles between. So maybe at some point they swapped it over to just say surface instead of ECEF. I'm not sure. I mean, I could go into the Principia stuff and actually set it. See my reference frame. Yeah, ECEF is surface. They decided to make it user-friendly. Wow. Anyway, what does the upper stage do? I think the upper stage just... Yeah, it's just firing close to AP until we're dry. Yep. We just lock to prograde when we're 32 seconds away. Whatever. Because we don't actually care about circularizing for these missions. Sorry, I realized that I was still showing that screen when I was going through here. Yeah. Plotting flame direction. ECEF is surface. They're the same. I'm not sure. Whoops. Yeah, well, it changes to... Oh, yeah, now we're ECEF, now that we're out of the atmosphere. Interesting. But ECI is what I actually care about at this point. So this should... what does the script do? Okay, it waits until we're 40 seconds to AP, then it'll deploy the upper stage, lock steering to prograde, and when we're about 32 seconds away from AP, it'll burn. So we can get closer to... So I want to see if this will hit this. And I might need to fix this script because this went into an inclined orbit and this doesn't need the inclination. Because, yeah, at 360, what do I need for an orbit? And it's going to go up a little bit, so... No, we might still be good. We might still hit our eccentricity. Right. For things that we care about circularizing, we can do that. We don't really have a target velocity for these probes, right? They're just... The Agena burns out, and then we still have a second kick stage even after that. Because we're pushing, you know, these are highly elliptical science satellites, right? But I think now that I can look one node ahead, right? So, like, I can look at my... even though I can't use the built-in, like, velocity at functions, I can put a node at AP and check my velocity at apoapse, right? And see... Yeah, this is going to hit its eccentricity requirements just fine. I don't think it'll work. Because it uses the patched conics internally. Ooh, no, this didn't hit it. Oh, this drastically underperformed compared to the previous one, though. The other one was over 50,000, and I know there's burn variance in solids, but wow. We're gonna try this one again, but I'm gonna do our target inclination to be low. Whoops. I think velocity at still has to use the patched conics internally because there's no look-ahead API in Principia, right? That was my understanding. I mean, as long as I can look at what the prograde direction of a... I mean, what I want to be able to do here... Hopefully I have signal here. Oh, look, I don't have signal here. Let's go back into vehicle assembly, and let's do a couple of things. One, there are some improvements I can make to this, like Delta V-wise, because I have some better tech. Two, I want to put better antennas on this because I'm sick of not having control of my vehicles. All right. So, somewhere in here, choose tank type. We have battery 2 now. Yeah. Well, it's about what I really want to be able to see is my... I don't care so much about the prograde velocity, I care about the prograde vector, right? I want to be able to look at the prograde vector so far ahead so that I can actually align my burn with the, like, burn time. Or with the, especially with longer burns for bigger orbits. Yeah, but orbit at is a, patch conic function. So I have to simulate orbit at by making a maneuver node ahead and getting my burn direction from that. Because all of the at stuff is patched conics, I think. Was my understanding. So I can get... Yeah. Let's see. What was I doing? I was redoing batteries. Electric charge. Storage, 210 mega. That can't be right. When I changed this tank type, did it change my... Where's the configure button? Avionics. Configuration. Configure. Show GUI. There we go. Yeah, that is a ridiculous amount of EC. Alright, and then the other thing I should be able to do... Oh, one, these need to be waiting. Is I want to go into comms. But I had tech level 1. This is showing orange. Maybe not. Maybe I need the next one before I get this. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I have lunar range. Oh, I need to unlock it. Purchase. All right, and that should give me S-band comms for my high-altitude satellites, finally. I forgot that KSP remains terrible. Oh, and I just saved that too. I have to restart from here. I forgot to connect the rocket back to the bottom before I departed, and I lost all the stuff that wasn't connected. All right. Reopen this. Yeah, I think AP and PE and things like that are fine. But that doesn't mean that I can get, like, an orbit at and know what my, like, prograde vector is at that point. I think I have to put a maneuver node there and get a burn direction from that, because that's what Principia will give me. That was my understanding. Yeah, it's based on the instant orbit, yeah. So based off of our current velocity, it thinks it knows, and direction, we generate an orbit, but that could change if the orbit is perturbed when it's further out, and that's fine. Especially when we're just getting into orbit. But once we're doing funky stuff with lunar transfers, it's gonna get funky. What am I doing here? I am doing tech level 1, which drastically drops the power usage. Yeah, that's what I care about. And now I can just, like, crank this up. DSN tracking is fine. Distance max is gonna be, like, 60 megameters. Plan. Alright, that might be too much at 30 dBm still. But yeah, 30 dBm is too much. 24 dBm? Well within our power budget. Okay. This is so much better. Could I get a higher transmit time? Probably doesn't matter. 24 dBm is plenty for this design. All right, beautiful. And then I go in here. We need to change the tank again. Battery 2. And then I need to find the configure button for avionics and switch this back to, like, $50 kilojoules. I turn off the solar panel. Okay, that's an hour. Maybe I should push that up a little bit further. I don't think we should ever be out of the sun. Maybe give it a couple hours of battery. I mean, it's not that heavy now that I have tank 2. Yeah, we're talking 500. I mean, 500 grams is a chunk of this satellite for sure, but, like, okay, and then same with each of these, right? I can switch these to tank 2. Controllable mass 5, 100, 2.9. And if I choose tank type as battery 2 and put 100 back in here, then same here. Oh, I didn't see how much battery was in this before I changed it. I wasn't paying attention. Whatever. Battery 2s are so much lighter, it just doesn't matter. Is that the only tech buff that I had? I mean, the comms and the battery are going to be... And this isn't Cosmic 2 anymore. This is the Cherenkov satellite. Okay. That should be right, then. I don't think I have any improved tanks here yet. No. Oh, I lost my color fix on this. All right. Let's run this one now. Oop. Oops. Oh, you missed pretty much right after you went away at last... Oh no, not a single, yeah. You missed. I probably had like 3 or 4 LR-79s fail in a row. It was very frustrating. But this does mean that I have a bunch of DU that'll transfer to the LR-89 when I start making an Atlas. And I had a couple of Agena failures too, but that's not quite as bad. But yeah, you missed all the failures yesterday, I think. Or not yesterday, last week. Okay. This should pretty much work with the same script. It's made a little bit lighter, so it should... Actually, let's compare. Oh, I didn't fix the science. Where's the configure experiments button? There we go. Cherenkov and infrared radiometer. Okay. All right, so if we compare this to the Cosmic 2, which I may have accidentally saved some changes to. Nope, we're battery 1 still on this. Okay. So 12138 meters a second to 12399. Okay. And most of that's going to be upper stage. If I drop the amount of battery here, like if I say we only have an hour of battery and if we go offline, if we're in Earth's shadow for too long, okay, it's like 7 delta V. Not worth it. We'll keep plenty of battery. Okay. So I also tweaked the script to not try to put this into a 45-degree inclined orbit, so we should have a little more delta V. So let's try this again in the simulator and see if it gets everything that we need. If it'll get up to that eccentric orbit that we need. While this thing is launching, Starfighter, do you know, or did they announce why it denozzled itself? I haven't read about it yet. I just saw that it happened. Not yet? Okay. I'm always curious. I feel like rockets pooping out their nozzles has been a thing. But if I had a nickel for every time a rocket's pooped out its nozzle in the past couple of years, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. And I just tapped the space bar, so now we have to revert this flight to launch. staging piston on top of the O2 tank ruptured. Ooh, that's cool. So it literally just pushed through the tank. Okay, Twitch is yelling at me and telling me that it is break time, and that is absolutely true. I've been snoozing the ad run. So I'm just going to let this thing launch through the ad, and I'm going to step away for a few minutes. This thing pretty much flies itself, so I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with some fresh water, etc. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I have fresh tea and fresh water. My legs are stretched. My back still hurts, but that's because I mowed the lawn this morning, so whatever. Yeah, located in the engine nozzle, if it ripped a hole in the O2 tank, it would shoot a bunch of gas. Right, yeah, that's kind of what my understanding of what you were saying. Okay, so with this thing having a couple hundred meters a second more delta V, whatever I said it was, 130, and no longer pushing itself into an inclined orbit, I think we're going to have a better chance of hitting our eccentricity requirement here. The other thing we could try to do is tweak the launch profile so that we are less... so that we start pushing down the... or so that we're not pushing up the AP quite as hard once we get up into space. I think we started doing some of that stuff with the Thor, right? We started looking at the AP and trying to adjust our... I probably could. I mean, what I care is that the contract succeeds. I don't care about the actual orbit analysis eccentricity. Oh, well, we're not actually in an orbit right now, so yeah, it's not happy about that. Wondering if the conics would have noticed the true eccentricity once you were near the AP. Yeah, I'm not sure. Once this burns through and I'm actually in an orbit, we can compare what the conics think versus what Principia thinks. For sure. And this has the better antenna on it now, so I should actually be able to keep the KOS terminal open for more than 30 seconds and actually experiment a bit more with all that stuff. Because, yeah, right now my eccentricity is almost certainly... Oh, yeah, I have the view down here. That should be over here. I don't need this, really. There we go. Now we're in orbit. There. Hey, there we go. So 0.8 something. Wait for this engine to finish burning out. Although... Analysis... 0.82831. 0.829. So... If... Yeah, pretty much the same. Depending on how orbit info is rounding and how this plus or minus on the eccentricity, we're within a ballpark. Within... Yeah. Yep. All right, well, this can definitely achieve what it needs to achieve. Without any changes to the Thor code, which is nice. But now that we do have patched conics, did I just delete all of that code? Did I never bother? Oh, we had this that was trying to pitch down. No. Yeah, I think I just deleted that code. So once we ditch the fairings and we're high enough in the atmosphere that we don't need to worry as much, and this is at 100,000, it could be at 140. This is where we actually want to, like, start thinking about our target AP, right? Which I just completely removed from this. So, like, this thing, depending on its load, will get itself up into this 300 to 500 kilometer AP, which is fine. But what we really want is to have finer grained control, right? And now that I can look ahead and I can drop a maneuver node, let's see. Orbit, ETA. What would be really nice is when I look in node, and I'm creating a node, a scalar in this is a UT, but orbit ETA returns a scalar instead of a time span, so I can't plug in, like, use this ETA so that I can create my node at AP. And I'm sure that's like a backwards compatibility hazard to change that, but it's still sad. Yeah, time seconds. Yep, I know. I know how to do it, I just wish that the ETAs were a time span, and then they would just work here. And I think if you made them a time span instead of a scalar, it would still work with the addition there in Starfighter's code. But there's probably other backwards compatibility. So it'll be let AP of time seconds plus ETA apoapsis actually this kind of needs to be a function, doesn't it? Local function AP prograde. And then I can add the... Does this even work for me to get orbit at? And then do nd dot... I don't know, we'll find out. And then this is gonna be, let's see. ND orbit might not work. Burn vector. Yeah, but we may or may not have a actual orbit here. And all I care about is the prograde vector at this point. So that's the burn direction, right? So that's the burn vector. And then I need to remember how to make a direction here. It's gonna be like... something like this? I don't know if I need to normalize this. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily handle the roll for me. I'm specifically keeping the ship up here so that we don't induce any roll. The up will be... Yeah. That should work most of the time, right? Except if we're more than... As long as we're less than 90 degrees away from... I'm trying to do the math in my head here of how this will figure out its up versus its 4. As long as we're less than 90 degrees away... but the other thing I guess we could do is I could do a... if I do ship... there's a way to get an angle between, right, 2 vectors. Vang? Yeah. So if I do, like, of this... local ang is... And then what I want is I want to rotate my my current heading down. Actually, I probably want rotate from 2, don't I? Up will be... Oh, yeah, velocity, orbit. Thank you. But actually, what I probably just want is, ship... Where do I get my... Yeah. I want it to be like our prograde times our rotate from to of or right? We just take our prograde. I haven't used that particular AI tool, but like the whole point of this is for me to figure out, like, learn how all of this stuff works and write the code. That's the challenge. If I was using AI, it would kind of defeat the purpose. Like, if I wanted a packaged solution, I could just have, you know, I could just have MacLeod do my orbital insertions for me, right? Okay. So this heading is the heading of the ship, in theory, at prograde. Or, sorry. The heading the ship will be... Yeah, that too. KerbaScript is not... You could probably get it to generate it in, like, Python, and then convert it from Python to KerbaScript yourself. Okay, so in theory, this is... Yeah, so this returns a heading... The heading the ship will probably have at AP. Yeah, looking at the various IDE plugins, it didn't seem like any of them were fantastic, so I just stuck with what I know, which is IntelliJ. The IntelliJ plugin is definitely buggy, though. Also, is that even the right way to do comments? Yes, okay. Okay, so what I want then is if our AP is... If our AP is low, we want to pitch up from... Okay, let's see. We stage here, and then we're going to lock steering to insert orbit PE. So local AP heading is this. I'm really hoping that this creating one node ahead even, like, works right. If it doesn't, I'm going to be real sad. And then... Let's see. There was... Bug Online 46. Oh, yep. That's my muscle memory for literally every other language that I use regularly. KOS is fantastic. KerboScript is special. I thought would rotate the universe around an axis. Yeah, this is what I want. So basically, if we do... We haven't seen an if-let yet. Oh, you have no idea how much I... Well, we shouldn't need very many if-lets. We're not getting nullable things out of KOS very often. KOS is pretty good about not giving you nulls. Alright, so if we do, like, local AP delta of... This actually needs a target. Well, I'll call it target AP because it's AP within this code. It's actually going to be the PE of the orbit, right? And I know that this is not how you write a function in KerboScript. So, local AP delta is that just ship orbit apoapsis? Yeah. And then, okay, this is going to be in, like, meters. And I think this is the order I want. If our AP is too high, this will be positive, which means we want to pitch down. So then it'll be... Oh, did I get these backwards, by the way? Does this need to be, like, this? Because I'm just looking at this, like, angle axis example. And then, yeah, we're going to have a local pitch is angle axis of... I mean, this is wrong, times... some scale factor, and it probably needs to be non-linear. Return pitch times ship facing. All right, so what we do, we get our burn vector at AP, so that's quote-unquote horizontal. And then we compare our current AP to our target. And then, yeah, it does call for some trigonometry. I mean, honestly, I should probably do a clamp here and some other stuff. I don't know if I care enough. So if I just, like... This doesn't have a... We do have a, like, max and min function, right? Yeah. Local angle is max of min of AP delta 30 So this is saying, I mean, this is basically bang bang pitch correction, being, you know, within a few plus or minus 30 meters of our target AP instead of like kilometers. So maybe I should do like this. I don't know. This still might not work. This like node stuff, I should test real quick before I decide to rely on it. Yeah, let's wait, is break actually a command? Yes, but it's not valid here. So either way, this will do what I want. Which is, it'll turn off the script once we're in the scene. And I can experiment a bit with what parts of the node API do and do not work with, because as long as I can do this, like make one node ahead and have it work, I'm okay. If none of the rest of it, yeah, and that'll be it complaining about the break. Let's do this. And let's get a terminal in here. All right. Oh, yep. Let node of, what did I say? Well, it can be now. Well, we'll do it like 10 seconds in the future. It's probably not going to like this because we're not actually flying, huh? Whatever. That's not the right syntax. Add, nope. Nope. What? Local ND is... Eh? Oh, probably because I'm... Yeah. Yep, I just figured that out. That would be... I'm surprised it doesn't trap that as a bug at all. Okay, yeah, we have a next node. Okay, cool. So this is gonna work. And then I should be able to do nd dot... What was my actual code? nd dot... Not dot... Oh, hey! I never realized that, like, Control-A and Control-E work correctly in this. Yeah, we have a burn vector. Okay. So this might work. So what we should see is once we get above 100 kilometers, we're gonna stage. We're gonna drop fairings. And then we're gonna do print switching to target PE mode. And then we're probably gonna see some issues with this code. But time seconds, so yeah, we make the node at AP. Right, so that'll be the target burn direction. So that's like, if you're burning in this direction at AP, you're not changing your orbit at all. And I know that there's some math around orbital mechanics where burning in that direction in other places does not necessarily leave your AP totally flat, but it's close enough. We're gonna... And then for our actual certified good enough, yeah. So we get the AP heading, we compare our orbit AP to our target AP. If we clamp that to, right now I'm dividing by, I thought I said divide by 1,000. Divide by 1,000. So in kilometers, give or take 30 kilometers. If our, and then we pitch based on that, and it clamps to 30 degrees off, so we won't like just completely burn backwards if we're way over lofted or something like that. You know, I could probably clamp it to more like 90, even that's pushing it. But I don't ever want to burn backwards, right? That's the, and it's also not necessary. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. This divide by 1,000 is a total guesstimate anyway. And, yeah. But what we should see... I think the issue is what it's gonna do is if we have plenty of time to AP, it's gonna switch to like a major pitch-up maneuver, and it's gonna try to kick the AP up as quickly as possible. And that's not really what we want it to do. We want it to, like, keep raising it gently as it coasts towards AP. So there's something there where, like, we want our potential angle of our clamping to adjust based on our, like, ETA or something like that. I don't know. I'm going to start with just kind of this, like, V shape that I'll let it point itself in, and we'll go from there. All right. Let's try this. I don't think... no one's called me out for any other obvious syntax errors or typos. The node stuff seems to be right. The order of multiplications for, like, my rotate from to and things like that might be backwards, so we might see some sillies. If it goes backwards, we know why. But I think... let's go back to this. Get rid of our break. And local target PE is... let's do 300, because this is below what we hit before. So if we can keep it, what we should see is it pitching down a little bit more compared to the actual gravity turn to pull that AP down, which is, again, the PE. It's the AP in the code, but it's the target PE for the orbit. All right. Let's revert to launch, and let's see if this works. Because, well, we didn't change this part of the code, so I hope not. So yeah, this is just the existing gravity turn code. We should see, I forget what. Oh, it's a velocity threshold, not an altitude threshold. So once it hits 150, it'll switch from this open loop pitch program to just following. There we go. Gravity turn. It pitches into prograde. Beautiful. I need to figure out why we have this little bit of a roll that goes on here. I need to fix one of my pitch parameters, probably. But... oh, no, this is fine, because it's turning this into a pitch instead of into a yaw, right? It's rolling so that we're actually pitching over time. But... yeah, the Verniers look great. Thor was such a cool rocket. I mean, not as cool as Atlas, but still a cool-looking rocket. And the way they sit, it's... I mean, I assume that this boat tail was designed so that you can put Vernier engines in it like this, but... yeah. All right, so we're looking good. Boop. Local pitch is... oh, yeah, that's not right. It's gonna be ship... I need to... file a bug. This documentation is wrong. You can't do this. It's ship facing star vector here, not ship star facing. Reference frames, everything's left-handed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right, I think that's... well, we'll probably find more bugs, but let's refly this. Unfortunately, this is a first stage program, so we kind of have to refly the whole thing. Although I can put it in time warp up until we get close to that 100-kilometer point. But everything we're figuring out here, which is hard to do with this rocket because, like, we're already pretty much burned out by the time we hit space and things like that, will apply much more cleanly to the Atlas, right? Because the Atlas, we're going to drop the LR-89s early, we're going to have that long LR-105 sustainer burn, and that... this... maybe we should build the... What was that? I was talking and I fast-forwarded through some stuff and we had a Kraken attack. Sorry about that. I was going to say, maybe we should build the Atlas for some of this stuff, because I think the Atlas is going to be a better platform for testing this kind of insertion burn. But we can test a lot of it here. We should at least see in those, like, last few seconds, it's going to kick itself over to try to stop from overlofting, is what we should see. It's not going to have a lot of time to do that before it burns out. Okay, no, it's pitching itself over way too aggressively and it's losing control. That's what's happening. Okay. And I think I know why. We're saying our target heading is relative to... Yeah. Well, I mean, this is supposed to be relative to the AP heading, for one thing. Right, because if we're at AP, we want to be running at... Yeah, okay. So I think what we probably need to do is something like this. Local burn heading is this. And then what we want... Local ang is max of min of vang of ship facing 4 vector and then we're gonna do like a local Yeah, that's still trying to put itself into orbit. It's going to have a bad time. do we want to watch? Yeah, that's not going to work so well. All right, so what do I actually want to do here? So if I just like return right, let's just... I'm going to start over on this. I don't believe it, that it's correct. All right. Turn off the sound in the background there. So if we just immediately pitch ourselves over to the heading at AP, we say we stop. We're not actually looking at our target AP versus whatever, so we don't know if we need to burn up or down. And that's fine. And then we're going to have local... Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I understand this. For certain definitions of understand. And I'm skipping some trigonometry here, and I'm just going to clamp things, but that's okay. So local target burn heading is angle axis of, well, wait, no, let's do this. Local is clamp, no, min of max of okay. So we're going to clamp to plus or minus 90 from our actual velocity vector at apoapsis. And then we're going to do this thing. Oh, and I need to, like, divide by... Yeah, local AP delta is... All right, so that's clamped to plus or minus 90. So that'll be angle axis of AP burn angle, AP heading star vector times AP heading. Okay. So this is the, like, all other things being equal, this is the thing that we want to burn to. Now, if we do a local ship facing and then our axis vector is okay. Let's see if I can explain what I just wrote and maybe simplify some of the code. Okay. So we get our prograde heading. That's the heading we should have at prograde. We compare our current AP versus our target AP, and we make up an angle based off of not doing any real math. We compare that angle to our AP heading, which is basically pitch up or down from our AP heading. And actually, what I should do is instead okay, this should be fine, because I'm using this rotate from 2 times ship prograde. Yes? Yeah, hopefully that works. I'm hoping that we keep the star vectors right. I don't want us to, like, yaw instead of pitching, because we got our up vector and our star vector, like, rotated weirdly, if that makes sense. So then the... So that's what we think our target burn heading is. It's clamped to plus or minus 90 degrees of our AP prograde. And then what we want to do is we look at our current velocity vector and our current and that target vector, and we clamp that to a reasonable angle. And then and I don't like this, and what I'm basically saying is, like, I could probably do this with a cross product instead, right? This should be a cross product. Because I'm just getting the starboard vector out of this rotate from 2. That sounds like a cross product. So that's probably what I want, is the VCRS of... Okay, so this is our actual steering, is we want to pitch clamped to 10 degrees relative to our current facing, and that'll pitch down more smoothly, and hopefully won't send us tumbling when it kicks the engine to try to point in a wild direction. Is this actually correct? I don't know. We're going to have to draw some of these vectors almost certainly. I think the concept is correct, right? The concept is, how do we want to burn relative to our AP, right? Are we trying to burn normal to that? Are we trying to burn tangent to that? And then... I don't know. Let's try it. The worst it does is fails again. But hopefully we're now, like, clamping the pitch that the ship tries to make to a reasonable amount, and it won't just, like, do something stupid. Alright, so none of this new program takes over until we hit 100 kilometers. And yeah, we'll probably have to do some of the vec draw stuff for sure if I need to debug this in any depth. And boop. Yep, knew that was coming. What did I do? Local. Oh, I just have a parenthesis in the wrong place. Maybe. Just maybe. Oh, I don't want to call that max, do I? I'll call it range. Well, this one explicitly is clamping on both sides. Maybe I should call it, like... I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Alright. And I should move some of these math functions out into a math library, but I'm not doing that right now. Same with this, like, AP prograde, and some of these other things are going to be helper functions that need to be split out into libraries. I mean, you can not have to forward declare and still have errors ahead of time. All right. It has apparently already been an hour. So we're going to have quick ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll test this updated version of the code. And yeah, everybody take the opportunity to stretch your legs, get some water, hydrate. And I'll see everybody in a minute. I mean, you can't see my face. Can you prove that I'm a different person from anyone else? All right, let's try this again. Hopefully that typo was the only thing. I'm sure we'll find something else wrong with this. There's always something else wrong with it, but wow. Come on, Brandon. Learn to code. Not allowed to set a name. Oh. It detected that early. Is that the only place that I have range in here? Yeah. I specifically didn't call this min or max because I knew that that would clobber something. Max. Sure, let's go with that. Limit, there we go. Limit is a good one. Hopefully that's not built in. Interesting that it manages to catch that early on. It does at least some syntax processing relatively early. Oh god, this thing heaves itself off the launch pad. I should have taken that solids tech, just so I could have some strap-on boosters, but... Yeah, but it missed, like, having the wrong number of parameters, so, like... It doesn't know everything right away. It probably could know what the right number of parameters to call functions is. But I guess for built-in functions, like, function calls are totally indirected through other parts of the system, right? And are we gonna get a boop? And we pitched over. We pitched over much further than I expected us to. Because it should have clamped itself to like 10 degrees, and I don't think it did. All right, let's do some vector debugging. Should we add some debug vectors to this thing? Yeah, I mean, there's going to be times where you can't know, but there's definitely lots of times that you can know that you are calling a built-in function. It's not going through any indirection. It's... Although I guess since you can clobber globals, you could have a bad time, right? Because there is a thing to allow clobbering globals. What am I looking for? Is it under terminal and GUI? No. Yes. Problem is that I want to... I guess I need to create these vec draws internally ahead of time and then hide and show them, and then... Yeah. Okay. So we're going to have, like, local heading draw is vec draw of... I wish this was more of, like, an IM GUI. That's really what I want, right? I want each frame, I say, draw a vector this frame. Right. Vector, blah, blah, blah. Oh, instead of passing static values, you can pass a delegate. Okay, so for some of these, I can easily set up. Start vec and color? Interesting. Okay. So this one is going to be recreated every update? Yeah. I mean, actually, I could do that, right? If at the start of this, I do clear vec draws. Yeah, and then we can recreate them, like, here. Yeah. The problem is, like, well, in AP Prograde, this isn't what I want. But, like, if I have a delegate in here, I need to potentially be, like, updating a global variable that the delegate knows about, and I guess that's fine. Because what I want to do is debug, like, my local things. But, like, we could do some of these at least. And let's pause this game in the background so we're not listening to this rocket burn, because I can't think. Okay, so we're going to have, like, local... Yeah, I mean, if I just, like, do clear this at the start and have them at the end, they should be updated by every frame, right? They'll be there for a frame and then be gone. Or be there for an update and then be gone. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do this. And then we can... So we do a... vec draw of... What is my start? My start is like the vessel location, right? Is that a thing that I can get? Or is that just 0, 0, 0? Because I'd like them to be, like, relative to the ship, right? And I can see each color, like, this is where we're facing, this is our AP prograde vector, this is blah, 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 right? Those are all the things that I want to see. Is there, like, a ship position? Body, I don't want geo position. Orbit position? Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be like our origin point for everything is the position of the ship. So let's do that. And then we can do like a vector draw from origin to let's see. Oh, that's right. It's always ship position because it's orbitable. There we go. So that's going to be from the origin to origin plus AP heading plus a color plus whatever. All the other parameters that I need. Scale, true. What does wiping mean? For an explanation, oh, they correspond to the same suffixes. Line will be drawn with a wipe effect that varies how transparent it is at the start. Okay, no, I don't want that. And then scale. Right, because this is going to be... I assume the heading 4 vector is normalized, so like if I want this to be drawn like 5 meters long in scene, I need like a 5 scale like this. I don't really care. You know what? Let's do this. Origin plus vec color description. There we go. And yeah, we can do the normalized. Oh, are they actually all optional? Yeah. Well, except I'm leaving the very last one false, so the wiping effect. AP heading for vector. Okay, target burn heading for vector. Okay. So we should, once we switch to this mode, missing color for the second, thank you. What did I decide to make this one? Doesn't matter. So we should see 4 vectors. We should see the ship facing, and that should be sticking right out of the top. We should see something that is our apoapsis prograde vector. We should see our target burn, which will be plus or minus 90 degrees from that AP. And I think we're right around 300 kilometers, which is our target, right? Yeah. Oh! I wonder if that's why everything's been misbehaving. What are the chances that I just wrote all that debugging code for nothing, and that was the problem? 300 instead of 300,000. Yeah, and this function is going to be, like I said, I should be able to reuse most of this logic in the Atlas launcher. The Atlas just needs to have, like, some stuff around when to drop the, Yep. Well, there we go. I crashed my climate orbiter. Okay. I think this should more or less be debugging the things that I need to see. I think we made the same joke at about the same time, give or take stream delay there. All right. Let's see this. Yeah, I have not read much of the Principia source code. I have contemplated it and decided that I had better things to do with my time. You know, I appreciate that there are people out there that, whoa, okay. That tried to do something. There's our chosen burn. There's our... Yeah, those do look like they're all the right vectors, right? Like, there's our AP prograde. It was tilting down at the right time. I think we just burned out before we could correct the orbit, right? Which is totally expected of this rocket. The question now is, when it stages... will the Agena be able to do any of this? And again, the answer is, for the Thor, is we might just continue to just do the simple gravity turn lob, and all of this code that we wrote just goes into the Atlas program. Right? That's... because the Atlas has the longer sustainer, it'll do more of the orbital insertion itself. Yeah, it wants to point down because we're overlofted. And you could see it... what was green? These labels, unfortunately, because of the way these things are layered in 3D space, not as helpful as I want. So AP prograde, what it thought was ship facing... oh, and we unlocked steering, so we stopped updating this. Yeah. So... it's chosen burn, and I think we saw that briefly red and blue were separate, right? Where it, let's go back to my colors. So red is the direction that we want to burn in, and blue is what it thinks it wants to burn in based on our ridiculous way of choosing an angle. Instead of switching it 100, we could switch once ship facing and the closed loop point in the same direction. We could do that. I'd be worried about... if it does that too early. Because if we transition too early, then we're potentially pitching more strongly when we still have a higher Q, right? And we don't necessarily want to do that. I think this largely, quote-unquote, worked, right? The issue is just that we burn out way too early. Since we have test flight disabled, I can do something stupid. And I'm gonna do it. Let's give this thing, like... Do I have anything that I can really use as a strap-on booster? Really does not want to, like, mount these as boosters, does it? 1 second. Let me do this instead with a... Do I have, like, a just procedural... Structure procedural. There we go. Don't know how much oomph this will actually give us on getting off the launch pad, but we're so close to our TWR being like nothing. Oh yeah, sea level thrust of like 2. Perfect. That is what I want. I think. We'll never ditch those, but that's fine. But what I can do now is push this thing to like a stupider TWR. Now it has more fuel. This was the whole point, was to try to have this thing burn a little bit longer. And trying to do it with this rocket, you know, just overburning it because its TWR was so low. I'm hoping these Nikes are close enough on the... Yeah! There we go! That's hilarious. This is why I was saying it would have been nice to have the casters. But the Nikes should do the job. And they did do the job. They got us off the launch pad. Alright, so I'm hopeful with this extended burn time, because we can't fly in this configuration, obviously. This only works in the simulator because we have test flight disabled in the sim, right? But what I'm hoping to see is... Oh, also our gravity turn parameters are totally flippin' different. Because we're, like, way heavier. Oh, no. Okay, so much for just a quick test of what this looks like if it has more fuel. Well, that was not the test that I was hoping it would be. I think, this goes away. Yeah. And I can play with the script and, like, tweak the gravity turn, but I don't want to. I think 11.5 is around our rated burn time. 3 minutes, 2 seconds, 3 minutes, 9. Yeah. All right. So this will fly just fine with the old program. We can launch this rocket and complete the contract, and I want to do that. Let me just fix. There's one thing that I'm pretty sure is wrong. This and this. Yeah. So I think what we do, code-wise, is that we just disable this. We stick with the gravity turn on the Thor, because the Thor just burns out too early after getting out of the atmosphere, and we really can't use it as more than just lobbing ourselves into a vague PE. And for more precision insertions, we're gonna just want to use an Atlas, and all of this code that I wrote we'll use for the Atlas design, because again, with the booster sustainer model of the Atlas, we have a longer burn at a lower TWR. We can get a cleaner orbit insertion, and I think that'll hopefully work better. But like, the debug vectors make me think that this is trying to do the right thing. We just run out of fuel before it can actually finish. So the question then is, what's this? 2.5 by 12 point. That's this, right? Was that not the right size tank? Did I not tool this tank? Have I been flying this thing with an untooled tank? Oh my god. Wait. No. I tooled it with a balloon tank. And then I somehow ended up without the balloon tank on the actual flight rockets? Uh-oh. I must have... Do any of these have the balloon tank? Are they all... which of these are this design? Load the Thor Agena. That's also modular ISO grid. Yeah, nothing here is tooled. Oh, I tooled the balloon tank and then I somehow lost it. Oops. This is a balloon tank on Cosmic 1. Okay, so I copied and pasted something wrong. Have I really been flying everything without the balloon tanks? Oh yeah, that's an extra 500 meters a second. And that's tooled. Yeah, somehow I copied and pasted something wrong onto a couple of my flights, and I flew a couple... way too expensive, untooled, gridded tanks instead of the tooled balloon tanks. I'm glad I caught that. Alright. So this should be what we want to fly for our Cherenkov radiation mission. Oh, what I should do, though, is Cosmic is at the 45-degree inclination. Oh, and Thor won't take a target PE anymore either. Let's get all of this back to the way it was. And then let's go ahead and make a new file for the Cherenkov mission. And this is going to have our 0 degree inclination and is otherwise the same as the Cosmic Ray Science one. That way I still have that actual script if I need it. Oh, right, I remember. Here, we'll save this, and then we'll open a new one, and hopefully that'll force everything to, like, actually load in. There we go. Yep. Oh, right. This is my favorite bug. You can't launch with the pharynx open because the size is too big. All right, I think it's time. I think all right, that's the Atlas tank. And then somewhere there's like, I don't remember if it's in structural or staging. There we go. So that goes like that. I'm trying to remember how all of these pieces clip together. So we want to grab the LR. Go experimental. There we go. LR89. And LR105. And let's set this diameter to something like realistic. What was the Atlas? Like 3 meters? More than that. Actually, yeah, 3 meters. And I think this, well, also needs to be scaled to 3 meters. Oh, this needs to be attached to that first. And then we put the upper I'm gonna need to double check the instructions for how all these parts are supposed to go together. I think it's like this. That goes there. And And then this can go up like that. And then do these guys just need to be, like, clipped in a little bit to make everything look correct? Is that the issue? Because I feel like the LR-105 should be sticking out. That's the... But maybe... I mean, yes, it's supposed to be sticking out. All right, so yeah, there's the LR-105. And then, if I just search for Atlas, we'll find the parts that I need. Yeah, that goes up there, and again, needs to be diameter scaled to the 3 meters. And then the LR-89s. They would please click into place. Oh, I know what I'm missing. There we go. Missing that part. Gotta have the dome on the bottom. Now, everything clicks together right. Well, it would if the LR-105 was actually connected. There we go. And then the LR-101s, 2 of those in symmetry, right, where it's got the spots for them. Well, not there. Like there, I guess is kind of how you're supposed to do it. Yeah, that looks about right. And we want to use the better engines, the NA... Yeah, the LR-89 NA3s, yeah. Yeah, Atlas is a super funky design, and I love it to death. NA3, yeah. I think... In theory, I do want to adjust these up a little further. It's more like that, I think. All right. And then we fill this for the LR-105, and it'll be close enough on the LR-89s. Oh, and these are ground lit, of course. So I need some kind of radial launch clamp. Oh, whoops. Let's get our avionics again. There we go. So I think the issue with this now is figuring out I mean, I don't think I need to. This is should just be scaled correctly, right? Because it's a physical model. If I want more, I think I have to put another tank on top. Because, like, without these, we don't have a rated burn time anymore. Okay, so these are rated to burn for what? 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The LR-105 is rated for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. What is 5 minutes of... So what we need is enough extra fuel to have 3 minutes and some odd seconds. I mean, that's for full burn. Yeah, 3 minutes and 15 seconds worth of burn after we drop these. Oh, there's a way to do this math, and I don't feel like doing it, is the answer here. But yeah, I could do the vertical scale adjust to stretch this. It starts to get silly after a while. But looking at the rated burn time of the LR-89s, I think I do need some extra fuel in this thing. I mean, let's just look at 1 second. Okay, so we pull 84.4 kilograms a second of RP-1 out. And this is in kiloliters. Thank you for that, game. Tank UI? Nope, that is also KL. All right, we'll do the math on kilograms, and then I'll figure out how to convert that into liters. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to do it that way. Okay, so these need to burn for, what's the rated burn time again? Sorry, 135 seconds with 84 kilograms a second of RP-1. And we have 2 of them. So that's 22, almost 23,000 kilograms. And then this guy wants to burn for another 330 seconds at 35.8 kilograms. So ultimately, I need 34.6 or so kilograms of RP-1. Let me check the game files and see if we have, like, density or mass or something. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of need to know in-game, unfortunately, like what it's... Oh, actually, I can do this. I can do this in-game. Let's set liquid oxygen to 0. We know our mass currently. We are at 37.357 tons. Sorry, 5.832 tons. If I do 1 kiloliter of RP-1, that, okay. So, 6.639 5.832 minus a kiloliter is 800 grams? No, 800 kilograms. Sorry, this is in tons. Okay. So if I know that I need 34.6 thousand kilograms and I have 807 kilograms per liter, then I need 42.9 liters. Okay, and this tank is only at like 39.1. Oh, and I didn't account for the verniers. I mean, 1.2... Because once we drop that, like, LR89s at 2 minutes 15, or even earlier, we may drop them earlier, I'm gonna bet, actually, that depending on when we actually want to drop them, this 1.0 is probably fine. But we'll stretch it just a little bit. Because even though this is like, oh, this is 30 seconds of burn time for the LR89s, the LR89s are like fully 80% of our fuel flow, right? Even more than that. So... Alright, this core needs to be 3 meters, battery 2, and figure, near Earth, controllable mass of how heavy is this thing? It's already 120 tons. I don't know. We'll say 150 tons for now. Cool. That's the beginnings of this thing. And then we'll need a adapter of some sort. Coupling, no, payload. Interstage adapter from 3 meters to a bottom of 1.25. Height of... Oh, decoupler's on. And if I just drop a fairing onto that, these fairings, turn the fairing decoupler off, everything off. These will be relatively cheap. Shape is a cone. Anyway, this will be the interstage, right? if I reroute this here, and then I go ahead to my sub-assemblies, and I drop you. Alright, and let's reopen... Let's just start with this one. Oh, I see. On these ones, I kept the... What's our diameter here? 2.5? And I just kept it all within the... Interesting. Well, that's not what we're doing with this design. I do not believe those delta V numbers, by the way. They are not accurate. Yes, so at some point we drop this, and then later on we drop the booster and enable RCS. And then stage above that will be the Agena. The stage above that will be the solid. And this says 13.1, but it is wrong at this point. It does not know our real delta V. Because the LR105 ISP 309 in vacuum compared to the LR89's ISP of 282 in vacuum, this thing has no idea what our delta V is. It just can't calculate it. I guess I could do this the same way we did the previous one, right? Which was as just payload. Gonna have to have the fairing decoupler on there. I don't know if this is quite correct, but I'm gonna say boosters and fairing drop simultaneously, question mark. Yeah, let's use the Goofy Atlas one. Can we make it shiny? Oh yeah, I mean, the built-in texture is relatively shiny. But we should have a, somewhere in here, metallics, steel? No. Oh, the fairing, yeah. Oh, shoot! Let's, store pattern here, load pattern here. There we go. All right. And then if I go up to this one and let's see, can I make this shiny? I don't know if any of these are actually recolor. Oh, wait, there's a separate recolorable one. That's what I need. That is not very metallic, is it? There it goes. And then I think same with this, open recoloring GUI load pattern, so it's all kind of the same color steel. Yeah. All right, well, it's been another hour. So we're gonna have ad break for a few minutes. I'm gonna stretch my legs, top up my water, hydrate, everyone hydrate. And then we'll open up the program for this thing, and we will try to figure out the Atlas launch sequence. Right. Let's get a program for an Atlas going. We're gonna start with the Thor code. Copy that. New file. All right. So on the Atlas, we're gonna do this. Engine this is going to be an ROE LR89. I'll have to double check the name tag of that in the game. I think I can see that from here, right? KOS, change name tag, ROE LR89.2. All right, apparently it's a .2. All right, we stage, we wait until thrust is mostly spun up, we stage again. All of this we're gonna have to change for the gravity turn. And that's fine, so we'll run all that. So here, we would end up dropping the fairings and the boosters, like, just based off of altitude, which I don't love. And this is where it would be nice to have, like, the different decouplers set up manually as parts that I can just, like, fire instead of relying on the staging for it. Because we do kind of want to stage the fairings based off of whatever. Alright, so if we look at our staging right now, bearings are... Oh, all of this is messed up, of course. Our LR101s, our LR105, and our 289s fire. We disconnect the clamp. We drop the fairings and the Atlas skirt decoupler. And then this goes... turning on the Agena stage. Fire the Agena, etc., etc. Okay. So all those parts are fine. So the question then is, with these two things here, do we stage them together at like 2 minutes 15 or 2 minutes 20, or, I mean, when in the launch did Atlas drop its booster engines? I mean, it seems like at engine burnout, and if we look at the earlier variants of the engine, well, burnout, the early version, 135 seconds. NA5 is 150. I was seeing like 170 something. Yeah, okay, so that's like, this is like an Atlas 2, I think, right? But for this NA3 config that we actually have access to, I think we do just want to drop them at 2 minutes 15. And I think that'll be before we're ready to ditch the fairings. So we're gonna do this. And we can just write the program such that, so we do it here. We do like a wait until local launch time is time seconds. No. Local booster drop is time seconds plus 135. Wait until time seconds is greater than booster drop. Stage. And then if we are at a higher altitude when we do the booster drop, whoops. If we're at a higher altitude when we do the booster drop, then we will just what am I trying to say? Then we'll just drop the fairings right when we do the booster drop. And if I want to change this so that we do the fairings first, that's fine too. I can swap the order. And then it'll switch to this target AP mode, and we should start seeing with the lower TWR of the LR-105 and things like that, we should see this thing actually working. So let's we take this Cherenkov, because I think that's the one that I'm using, is the Cherenkov satellite. Let me double check what I've actually got in this thing. Yeah, it's the Cherenkov satellite. So let's you know, I still haven't figured out how to just, like, save as in this IDE. Atlas test. So we're gonna run Atlas. Oh, and this shouldn't be in boot. Oh, Atlas shouldn't be in boot. Atlas should be in lib. Yeah. And then Atlas test boot script. And then what we should actually do here is oh yeah, you probably can't. I didn't realize just because of how the window capture is working. I guess they're not properly child windows or something. Is that true? Oh yeah, you can't see the Oops, I didn't realize that. I really have been doing everything I can to just avoid using a desktop capture, because I know as soon as I capture my whole desktop, I'm gonna, like, pop something up. The auto suggestions are not very useful for KerboScript, though. So, all right, I'm gonna make this orbit library, and we're gonna drop the AP prograde function into it. But I can't call this library orbit, can I? Because that's a global. Global, I can't call it vessel, I can't call it ship. Unless I start doing massive refactorings. Yeah, you're probably not missing much. And then this AP prograde is actually orbit math AP prograde. And then, sorry, I was realizing here I can do that. Yeah, it doesn't provide any of the refactor signature, etc. tools. I'm on my own for all that. And this is not a Thor launch. This is an Atlas launch. Okay. So Atlas-wise, this is basically... Are we still even using steering locked? Oh yeah, we are. This is basically the code we wrote before, except we stage the LR89s at whatever this 2-minute point is. If it turns out that's above when we stage the fairings, I'll need to make some adjustments, but that's fine for now. And then this will switch to this target PE mode and start with the LR105, trying to bring our periapsis, or what will there be the apoapsis, but whatever. Bring our target altitude back down to whatever I say it should be. This target pitch and target velocity, we're going to have to change for the initial gravity turn. We're going to have a couple of test flights with this, getting that kind of into a reasonably lofted position for the Atlas. Yeah. Let's try this. There's probably bugs, but that's the fun. Make sure our staging is correct. Yes, we're dropping the booster before the fairings. And then we stage. Stage. Okay. Yep, that looks good. This is a pretty light payload for an Atlas, so, like, expect that it's gonna... Well, that didn't take long. Oh, because I didn't change my... Whoops. Yeah, helps if I change the boot script. Open those. The boot script is the Atlas test. All right. Let's rerun this. So this, again, the gravity turn parameters are going to be, like, totally wrong. We're gonna... What's wrong this time? Oh, that's an actual bug. I didn't set the parameter right for the Atlas launch script to re-add the target AP parameter. All right. Revert to launch. I actually could probably rerun that one because it hadn't staged yet, but I feel more comfortable doing a revert for every attempt. We've got an Atlas. Oh, here's a question. Well, we're gonna find out. Okay. Oh, this has so much more roll control than the Thor did. Those big LR-89s with a gimbal on them. I may or may not have accidentally attached the LR-101s to the skirt. Oh, and also my engines are clipping slightly. I'm gonna have to adjust the position of the engines here, fine-tune some of that stuff. But so far... Yeah, I mean, if we ditch those, we're gonna lose roll control, but I don't think pitch control. I think the LR-105 has a gimbal. Yeah. So worst case, we lose roll control when we drop the, oh, which should be any minute now. Oh, wait, no. What's our flight time? How do I even tell? Oh, here we go. 2 minutes. Hey! All right. Yeah, and now this says that we have significantly more delta V in this stage. Ooh. Oh, yeah, it wants to pitch down. Okay, and it smoothly angled itself over. Now it's gonna stabilize. Oh, look at that! Oh, I'm sorry. Those claps definitely were too close to the microphone. Turns out, I'm actually capable of writing frickin' code. Look at all those vectors perfectly aligned. And then this is going to actually be pushing up our... Yeah, mostly pushing up our PE now. It turns out the program works fine. The Thor was just the wrong vehicle for it. How are we doing on burn time? Can I see this? Test flight. Oh, I can't, because... Oh, and we did ditch the thingies, so I'll need to fix that, so that we don't drop our verniers. Oh... I'm glad that I built the Thor, because, like, it's a great vehicle for smaller launches, and, like... We're still gonna need it, but, like, seeing that this code is actually working correctly on the Atlas, and we're gonna get this, And yeah, this has already pushed up our PE pretty significantly. So I'm curious just how high this Agena and then this kick stage are gonna push this, And our overall burn time... We are not running at a nice, even timestamp, by the way. This is burning very slowly. Look at those seconds crawl past. I'm not sure what's up with that. But it looks like we're going to be just over 5 minutes of burn time. Oh, the vec draws. Yeah, probably. Because I'm turning them off and on every frame and doing horrible things with them. Yeah. But yeah, this is going to be burning out a little over 5 minutes, as opposed to the 5.5 minute rated burn time of the LR105. And we ditched the verniers early. So we definitely can stretch this a little bit. I think my math on the, the fuel flow was pretty much right on with how much we need for this thing to be able to burn to completion. But other than that, I think, yeah, I'm curious when this stage burns out and we drop nav, are we just going to pick up our frame rate? Maybe not. Oh. Yeah. Oh, but if I quick save and quick load, then we're going to lose the vessel state. This program isn't designed to be able to, like, load in. Also, a memory leak shouldn't matter for my system, to be entirely honest. How much memory is KSP using right now? All right, KSP is using 14 gigabytes. All right, I can't deal with this. I'm not going to wait like 5 minutes for this thing to finish. I'm going to delete the vecdraw code, or comment it out, actually. And we're going to refly this launch. And then we're just going to see if it... see if without the vec draws we do okay, because it seemed like that's about when it started crawling to a halt, was when I started doing the vec draws. So yeah. Other than, I probably want to do my roll program earlier in an Atlas, because right now it does this weird, like, it's yawing, and then it's gonna roll after doing its yaw, and that's kind of funky. I'd rather it do the roll at takeoff, right, instead of here. But other than that, this looks pretty okay. It's not very happy at Time Warp X3, though. You could see that, like, at X2, we're relatively stable with the vectors that the verniers and the engines are pointing, and as soon as we go up to X3, they start, like, freaking out. So I think we'll stick to the X2 time warp. But we're coming up on... Yep. Probably at this point. Yeah, ditches the fairings, tilts over, corrects its overloft. I love it. I love it so much. And this is working fine now. Now that I got rid of the vec draws. We could also roll it out with the correct roll. That is true. I can do that in the VAB. Which would be more realistic, I think, for most of the rockets of this era. All right, and then it's going to coast up until, I mean, about half the stage burn time, right? And this is also something that I changed in the code, is instead of relying on firing ourselves at the current prograde, it actually fires what it thinks is perpendicular to AP. So we should see basically that this keeps itself pointed in more or less the same direction that it's in. Because this already should have been mostly perpendicular to the AP prograde, right? Or parallel to it, rather. Not perpendicular. Parallel to the AP prograde vector. Oh, no. Interesting. Oh, well, I guess the ship probably drifted a little bit over those few minutes, didn't it? But I think we're going to be orbital with just the Atlas Agena without even the upper kick stage here, which is awesome if true. And if true, I think we can start looking at... Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, this thing gets itself into a huge orbit with just the Atlas Agena. Also, this burn program doesn't work. Uh-huh. I know exactly why it's doing a power slide as well. Let's go look at the code. It's because we're changing this as prograde changes, and once what's currently prograde becomes... Or sorry, once the AP becomes the PE, we start to want to burn in the opposite direction. So what I need to just do is like a local target dir is... choose it there, and then do it here. We do it once. We pick our target direction based on this. You know, we're like, what's about perpendicular? And then we fire. And then if we want a particular... And this is where some of this code should be moved into the Agena library that I haven't made yet. Because what I really want to do is like an Agena insert orbit of like whatever parameters we need. We should be having the Atlas launch us to within an acceptable range for what will be our PE, right? Which for this I just threw 300,000 in, but it can be whatever higher than that. And then, you know, we're going to have like a min AP and a target. The problem is sometimes we want to have a minimum eccentricity, and other times we want to have a maximum eccentricity. So I might need 2 different Agena programs, right? Like an Agena circular and an Agena eccentric. That will just do slightly different things with their parameters of, like, we want to keep the eccentricity, burn until the eccentricity is below a threshold, or burn until we push up AP far enough and eccentricity is above a threshold. Because as I learned the first time I tried to do a program based on eccentricity, your eccentricity is very high when your periapsis is deep within the earth, and it'll think we hit the target eccentricity early, unless you ensure that PE is greater than, or yeah, you make sure that your PE and AP are at their minimums. Either way, I want to refly this with this new locking the prograde vector, right? Not following it as it moves around the planet. Just because I want to see what the capabilities of this thing is. And I'm quite certain that with this Atlas Agena, I can hit all of my targets for low eccentricity orbits. And that's fantastic. And that's really what I wanted out of this initially, is being able to hit those targets. 2x only, because 3x is still a little iffy. But cool. I'm pretty happy with that orbital insertion program. We have to write a little bit of code for the Agena to do the upper stage correctly, but like, I'm also quite shocked that I didn't need to change the gravity turn parameters at all. Like, this thing happily gets itself up into that 300 to 500 range, right? It's definitely going to behave weirdly if I set its target to something high. It's going to want to pitch over pretty... Yeah, and you could see this is, like, correcting itself almost immediately. And I can change that slew rate for sure. And I had intended to, and I'm not sure why it's... Oh, I know exactly why it is. I know what's wrong. But... because I'm basing our plus or minus 10 degree limiter on the ship's facing, not on its prograde. Yep. So I think I want to change that to prograde instead of facing. Actually, let's just do that, and we'll change more than one thing at once in the program and test it all at once. So it's this insert orbit PE, right, where we clamp it relative to ship. Prograde is a direction. Okay, so I want ship prograde, not ship facing. I think this should force it to pitch over more slowly. It'll, like, clamp itself to that 10 degrees. Maybe that's not what we want, though. Because, like, I do want it to be able to... I don't know. Let's see what this does. Let's see how this behaves compared to the facing version. For these particular engines with this particular rated burn time, etc., I also do, once the LR-101s are on the top of the ship, I'm gonna need to add a little more fuel. Yeah, that gets a little iffy, doesn't it? It's not happy about that. Because, yeah, at 2x, it's like, our controls are fine. And then here, it's bouncing all over the place with the roll control. Oh, yeah, and the yaw as well. This ship is not super stable at higher warp. Alright, well that didn't work. Let's just keep it to facing. It was working. We're in space. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go into the VAB and I'm going to do the LR-101s. Because that's also just something that I need to do or I'm going to forget. Toggle open. Wait, no. That's not what I care about. I care about this. I need these to be on here. And then just like... brought down to there. Oh, well, and it's not duplicated, so that's also a problem. Ugh. Alright, 2 of them. Yeah, so I do want it just kind of brought right down. Oh, yeah, they slid in a little bit too. Okay, let's get fine adjust on here. Go away, integration info. That looks like it's just about more or less centered. Oh, and the roll. Yeah. The problem is the roll is going to depend on what we're trying to do. When we want to go into an orbital or into a polar orbit, it's going to be polar. So, like, I don't want to change it for this flight. This is just a test anyway. But these engines now should be routed to... the right stage. Oh, the other thing that was a little funky was these engines here, which need to be brought in, and I think down a little bit. Or you know what? Probably what I actually need to do is just that. They did get moved over slightly. Yeah, I do want to fine adjust them a little bit. The problem is they're not symmetric because they're added separately. I can't add them to the nodes in symmetry. I can add them just off of the nodes in symmetry. Maybe that's what I want to do. Like that. That way. We can do that. And like that kind of thing. As long as they're still connected for purposes of fuel flow. How does that look in that circle? It's hard to tell, but I think it's more centered than it was. Oh, they both have their stuff sticking out, though. Okay, I need to... no, I can just rotate them. I take this... Alright, that looks right. I don't see any bits of them sticking out the sides. They look reasonably centered. They might be a little bit low, just looking at pictures of. Or maybe they're a little bit... Could also be the LR-105 is a little bit high. Whoops, which I did not mean to take off. There we go. I think it's a combination of the LR-105 being a little high. It's an Atlas 2E, though. Can I get, like, a... early Atlas? Yeah, the engines should be, I think, almost entirely up inside. Okay. I'm spending more time on this than I should, but the Atlas is one of my favorite rocket ships, so I think they want to look like that. Okay, so I think we've got the verniers on the right stage now. All of our engines are actually in symmetry. get this thing a lot closer to the ground. And again, this actual probe that's on here is not what we want to be, flying with the Atlas. This is just a test article. It's a probe that I already had designed. What we will want to look into with it is potentially this infrared radiometry that needs this lower eccentricity. Because this will also be pushing our PE to a different number. And then it's also orbital speed and return safely to Earth, because this is going to be we could probably do that on a Thor, but it'll be easier to do some stuff on the Atlas. Anything where we want a tighter orbital insertion, because the Atlas gets us so much closer to orbit on its own. Yeah. But yeah, this infrared radiometry with the AP and PE requirements, we should be able to do no problem now. Alright, let's rerun the sim on this. I think I fixed the things that I wanted to fix. Ugh. We might not fly any real contracts today. We might just work on like designing stuff for this whole session, and then the next week's stream will be all right, maybe that was a little too close to the ground. Maybe I'll bump it up just a little bit. We can go 2x. It's stable at 2x. It's unfortunate that it's not stable at higher time warps, but so be it. I think part of that is because I'm burning due east at initially, and I should actually be burning slightly north of due east, right? Because we're north of the equator, and you can actually see it correcting. It swings itself into that not quite perfectly east position. And then it kicks itself down because we are slightly overlofted with a 300 kilometer AP. 300 is honestly aggressively low for an Atlas, right? This was a test. I should try this with a higher one and see if it can correctly get itself into like a 500. That fast maneuver that it does to like really try to kick the AP or PE up or down isn't super efficient, I don't think, in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, with the LR-101s actually attached to this stage, our burn time is going to be closer to 5 minutes. So yeah, we're about 20 seconds of burn time short on what this thing is actually capable of. But we should now see... This thing will orient itself. Because, yeah, this will easily get itself into a 300 by whatever. We haven't actually flown this since I fixed the flipping around backwards, have we? We did some of the earlier stages and I gave up. So this should give us an idea of what kind of orbit this can actually get into. So yeah, we're at like a 300 by... And we haven't even fired the upper yet. And there we go. The answer, I think, to the question that's been on everybody's mind. Yes, Atlas Agena with a kick stage can get me well past a lunar flyby. Yeah, we are out of here. Obviously, we were not burning anywhere near the right direction to get to the moon. But yeah, we are in solar orbit. What is... Oh. Are we getting kicked around by Venus? Is that what I'm seeing here? No, that's Mercury. Oh, because we're just still in Earth Center. Let me get into Sun-centered. Cool. It's not the history that I care about. I want to look for further... orbit analysis for like 1,000 days ahead. It's not happy about this. Oh, there we go. Orbit with respect to the sun. Hey! Yeah, halfway to Mercury. More than halfway to Mercury, I think, when you do the actual delta V numbers. But yeah, we could definitely put a lighter weight kick stage on top, and we can get a TLI burn to happen. I'm pretty confident in that. Cool. Yeah, and this is saying we've got a fairly eccentric equatorial heliocentric orbit. Man, plotting 1,000 days out takes a little while for poor Principia. All right, I need to close this panel. My computer's trying to fly itself into orbit. Enough TV to have a failed Venus probe impacted 50 years. Yeah, exactly. It is unfortunate, but things like that are probably not going to happen in my save, just because to save on the computation time of Principia, I usually will start deleting probes when they're no longer useful to me. But cool. This is awesome. So with the Atlas built, I haven't seen anything pop up. I think we're still waiting. I don't know. I'm sure whether it comes down or there will be a Scott Manley video when it comes down. That's how I know. I'll get the notification that Scott Manley has posted a video. But yeah, given that it's like a, designed to be a given that it's designed to be a Venus lander, like the chances that thing completely survives re-entry and just slams down into the Earth are very, very high. But fortunately, most of the surface of the Earth is not populated, so I don't think I have come across that one, no. All right, this thing works. Let me grab the contract for something that requires some, yeah, definitely. I will put it on the list. I think I looked at this and decided that the 4-satellite one was obviously superior. Yeah, PE above 700 with an eccentricity below 0.004 and a pretty tight inclination. Okay. So I think I do want to work on getting my orbital insertion code for the Agena figured out, and then I want to try flying an Atlas with a PE set to 750 just to see what it does. And then we'll see if we're pretty close to being able to hit these contracts, because I should be able to hit these with an Atlas Agena. All right. Well, Twitch says that it is ad break o'clock again. The hours are going by fast today. So I am going to top off my water again so I stay hydrated and stretch my legs, and I will see everybody in just a couple of minutes. All right. Twitch says there's like 30 seconds left on... Oh, no, a minute left on the ad. All right. I'm gonna... Let's start working on the nav satellite code, I guess, while the ad wraps up. So from Atlas test... What I really want, this 40 seconds number is a proxy for like half of the burn time plus a few seconds, right? And if I look at an engine... I can't just get the burn time, can I? That would be too easy. I have to ask for a stage. Alright, welcome back from the ad, everybody. I'm trying to work on the Agena code a little bit. Stage structure. Stage delta V. Duration. Okay. I can't do that on engine? There's no delta V here? Maybe there is. No. Nope. Alright, I gotta get the stage. Alright. Staging structure. And that comes from the vessel. About the current stage. Okay. So if we stage, I mean, we don't necessarily have to wait to stage until the very last second, right? Really, we just don't want to be burning RCS fuel, keeping ourselves pointed in a direction that we don't care about early. But actually, now that we're locking to this AP prograde, maybe this really is just like Agena of whatever the 0.0040. All right. And then like all of this goes away from this Atlas test. All of these. All right. So we're going to have local parameter max eccentricity. And then, like... Alright, so we're gonna stage right away. We're gonna... This one. Don't think we need to do this. I think we could just do it here. All right. And then this, we wait until... Let's see. ETA apoapsis is less than stage delta V. I would have figured that out eventually. And then we wait. For at least the predicted delta V duration. And then we wait until our thrust is low. And then the GCRC is actually not part of the Agena. And this function will almost certainly be adjustable to other upper stages, but I'm calling it Agena for now. Alright, so if we want to go up to this, like, highly... Well, it is a polar orbit for these early nav satellite contracts. Let's look at this. Let's look at it in-game and get our parameters in. Our... PE is at least 700, and our max eccentricity is 0.004. All right, so yeah, I got the 0.004. With a PE of 700, I do want to go a little above it, because I noticed that we do tend to slightly underloft. But, like, look at this. Like, I load the libraries in that I want, I set a couple of the orbital parameters, and then the stage programs do what I need them to do. This is exactly the point that I wanted to get to with, like, have the duration around the AP. Almost certainly. Yes. Thank you. I was going to do that, and then I just didn't finish writing the line of code. So this should do... We point ourselves approximately in the direction of prograde at apoapsis. We wait until about halfway before we fire. And that's it. Oh, but we don't want to do this. We want to do this, like, wait until... Ooh... So what we want to do is, like, wait until orbit our ship's eccentricity, which I think I could just get because it's an orbitable. Or do I actually have to get the orbit parameter off of it? Yeah, I need the orbit. Okay. Okay, so we want to wait until the eccentricity is less than our... But what's going to happen here is... I think I need to make this a coroutine. Let's watch a thing? No. Flow control. When, then, and on. This is what I need. Do not close the code, blah, 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 blah. I guess we don't, as long as we assume that we will always be able to hit a circular orbit, which is fine. Because if I just have this wait until ship orbit eccentricity is less than max eccentricity, and like this, and the stage burns out, and we're not in our target orbit, then we're gonna have a bad time. The program will just hang here. But that should only be an issue in a simulation or in the case of a failed launch, right? Some sort of performance issue with an engine. So maybe it's fine. Right, exactly. We couldn't recover the mission anyway at that point. I agree. So I think this is fine. Lock throttle to 1, fire, wait until ship orbit eccentricity, lock throttle to 0. And then it is up to the next... Yep, certified good enough. God, I love this. I love that this is just like... Oh, I don't even need orbit library here anymore because the Agena does it. Oh, that does mean I need to bring the orbit library into the Agena, though. I should rename this file to orbit math as well, since that's the name of the module, but I don't care. All right, let's take this. And let's see if we can get this thing in like a low eccentricity orbit. All right. For that, with change in eccentricity, oh, to make sure that it's actually stable at that point. Yeah. But if it's not stable, like, once we cut the engine, then, again, it's probably a failed launch and it's not recoverable. Right? And the thing we might have to do with these is actually fine-tune the eccentricity with, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Give the threshold some safety margin, so instead of exactly 0.004, it's a little below that. But we also will probably need to write a little bit of code to fine-tune for, like, very circular orbits. We're going to need to fine-tune with RCS, right? And that's the problem of a different stage. That's code that runs on top. Let's grab all of... Where do I want to do this? Nav contract bus there. This on the bottom. Reroute to that. And then take everything off the top. All right, and this only needed 80. Yeah. Perfect. They only provide enough power for the navigation satellite. So if I wanted to use it for anything other than testing this, no. But I don't need to do anything other than get this into a target orbit and have it float around. Our boot file is Atlas Test. Yeah, it says somewhere in the description, solar panels are sized and won't provide excess power for your rocket or command and control, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think that matters. Oh, I didn't actually take the contract, did I? Here, let's call this NavSat test. Let's take that contract, since there's no penalty for just holding on to all the contracts I'm thinking about. Yeah, 80 units on the craft in a 700 by whatever. All fairly high inclination, and that's the other thing I'm going to have to look at is, can I fine-tune the inclinations of these things? All right, let's double-check our launch code here. In this Atlas test, our target inclination is 90. I should probably set this a little higher than 90. There's some math to account for the velocity that we get from the rotation of the Earth, right? And that pushes us into a slightly prograde orbit, even though our launch inclination is 90. But I might just adjust that till it works. We're going to tell it to stop doing its circularization burn at 0.004. I expect we're going to need to do something with RCS after that to tweak our orbital parameters. But we can do that. Well, the thrusters that I have on the Agena right now, I think only give us roll control. So if we need fore and aft, yeah, these are just roll control. So I might need to just swap these out for four-way RCS clusters, and then we have translation. Just to get us into a more stable orbit. The other question, of course, with this contract, is this eccentricity are the orbits going to be stable enough in Principia for this eccentricity to not float? Orbital wiki launch azimuth. Yep. Yes, I have not accounted for launch azimuth in my math, and it is... The Agena cannot throttle, I don't think. Min throttle 100%. Maybe future engine variants can, but not what we have right now. Yeah, I think one of the upgrades gets it. There's a specific upgrade that's used for... Yeah. There was a version that was proposed for the X15 program, but that's a weird one and it's expensive to unlock. But the ones that are like actually in the main Agena track are all still 100%. Hey, 33%. Yeah. Unfortunately for us, min is 100%. So, yeah, we'll have to do something with RCS and just, like, burning forward and backwards to tweak our orbit. And we can probably set up the program to do it, you know, go to AP, fire prograde if eccentricity too high, retrograde if eccentricity too low, right? But I think I want to make sure that all of our staging still looks right. Yeah. Let me double check. I don't have an extra stage at the end of the Agena, do I? I don't. So it's up to the actual launch program, and I'll just drop a stage at the end to deploy its payload. All right. This is set to the Atlas test, I think. Yeah, boot file, Atlas test. We have the nav payload. Let's give it a try. I'm curious to see how well this Atlas build will behave when it, like, gets up there and it's way under lofted and it's trying to push itself up to 800. I am concerned that it will make... Let's not have it clipping into the ground at launch. Let's start with the basics. Is that the issue? It's clipping into the ground at launch? Yes. All right, that looks better. We did not go to space today. Let's try again. I'm worried what it's going to do is it's going to, like, kick itself over to, like... Well, actually trying to loft itself relatively early in the process. Part of why the... everything looks a little silly when it pitches to... when it's overlofted and it's trying to bring AP down, is that the burn direction is more than 90 degrees off of, like, our current prograde vector, because we are pointed relatively vertically compared to our apoapsis prograde. And if we are earlier in the profile, but we need to lift... I don't know, it might be okay. I mean, what it's gonna say is it needs to go 400 flippin' kilometers higher. It's gonna want to do 400 degrees, and that'll get capped to 90. So we should be burning effectively normal to our apoapsis prograde. Or, sorry, normal to our orbit at apoapsis is what I should say. And there's a bunch of trigonometry that I should be doing based off of, like, time to AP and other things like that, and I'm absolutely doing none of that. But yeah, when we hit 2 minutes and 15 seconds, like, watch the vacuum delta V that's available to us here. Because we're going to go from, like, 20 or 3,500, even 3,000 maybe. A little less than 3,000, and we're going to get... It's suddenly going to appear an extra, like, 1,000 meters a second of delta V, a little bit more. Because the LR-105 is more, yeah, so we pitch up a lot. It's like, no, push it up, push it up. Considering how much time we have until AP, I don't know if that's a overly aggressive pitch up or not. We also, of course, could start with a less pitched gravity turn for, like, higher... You know, we could choose different gravity turn parameters in, like, a lookup table based off of our target PE, right? But as soon as this goes above 660, we should see it start to pitch itself over. Yep. Yeah, and this is the not very efficient part, where, like, if it knew that it had plenty of time to apoapse, but other than it, you know, some steering losses and things like that, it got us into the target. Question is, one, does the Agena have the delta V to even get us up to where it needs to be? And then two, if we stop it once we're below that eccentricity, are we going to be okay? Right? Yeah. Yep, yeah, we locked steering to our target directory, or target whatever, target direction. And then this is just going to wait until, well, a little over 30 seconds. So let's... Could use a tad more separation power. Yes. Uh-oh. Oh. What? Oh, battery. Does this engine have a generator? Probably not. Yeah, we ran out of battery, didn't we? Yeah, this whole thing needs to be able to sit for more than a couple of minutes on its own power. I could put some solar panels on the side of the Agena itself, I guess. That would power the avionics. All right. And yeah, let me see if I can add some more separation power to that thing as well. You don't want to just, like, kick the upper stage too much, but separation. Oh yeah, force percent 0. We'll start at 100, and if it's way too big, I'll bring it back down. How's that? And then all of this thing has, yeah, just 10 minutes worth of charge, it claims. So let's configure, let's just like, I do this. Okay. Yeah, we lost 4 meters a second of delta V. Oh yeah, solar doesn't help for night launches. That is true. And once we start trying to do lunar and things like that, are going to have to start launching at night for some things, because it's going to be the right time for our transfer windows, right? Because we need to launch when our launch azimuth and the lunar ascending node are like correctly aligned. There's things about doing it right that I don't know, that I should have learned before I committed to doing this ridiculous project. Okay. That should have way more time now, right? This thing on its own is like, yeah, an hour. And we should never be drifting for more than like 10 minutes. Make sure that that didn't mess up staging. Nope. All right. Let's resim this. Yeah. The Lambert solver rears its ugly head again. I think, sorry, completely lost track of what I was saying out there. I was reading the math on launch azimuth so that I can fix my booster code when we're done with this practice here. Yeah, we will definitely have, yes, I know how to use U-transfer window planner. That's actually not the one I want, is it? I want the lunar... It won't let me try to do a 2.4, anything lower than a 2.4 hour transfer. Anyway, I'm not sure how accurate the lunar transfer planner is with Principia. Yeah, we get out of the atmosphere and then we're like, let's just go more vertical. And this is a sign that I should change for these. Again, we should have like a lookup table with a couple of different like potential target orbit ranges and have the atlas like pitch itself differently depending on what we're doing. Because this is obviously underlofting by the time we leave atmosphere. It's okay if it, you know, wants to tick itself up a little bit, but this, like, tick itself up super high. But also it, like, is way too aggressive with its pitching. And I need to think about that as well. Because we can see that, like, it brings itself down very quickly. So I could definitely add another 0 to my, like, angle management thing. Also needs to index by payload weight, yeah. Yep. But like we can see, we have like 5 minutes until AP, so we didn't have to pitch up so aggressively. We had plenty of time. And that looks like a fine separation. All right, so this should fire in just about 10 seconds. Oh no, I'm at double speed. So let's go to 1x. Okay, well that's wrong. I'm not sure how it's wrong, though. Oh! That's how it's wrong. Let's go back to the Delta V. Structure, duration. How many seconds at max thrust will emit this Delta V? Interesting. Why is that? Oh, of course, because I'm an idiot. I understand. Because it's the next stage. Right? Because we do this. We lock throttle to 1 and then we stage. What I actually want to do is like this. And then we turn on the engine here when we throttle up. And that should give us the proper ETA based on max thrust, I hope. We also did not stop burning because this orbit is wrong. Like, very wrong. And I missed what happened with our eccentricity there. Because we flew past our eccentricity range, like, significantly. We completely burned out. So, what did I do with the code here? I don't know. This looks right. Did it boop at me? Did we get an error and it just kept running? That's always possible. Nope. Confusion. So this should work better. Print target orbit reached. Yeah, that's definitely possible that... But that seems... I mean, jumping from 750 to 4,000, we weren't pulling that many Gs. Like, if we were in, like, a 750 by 800 orbit, I would believe that. It's possible... I don't know, I wasn't looking at it because I was adjusting other parts of the code, so we got to refly with the updated timing. So we'll run it again with the updated timing, and I will watch our TWR and our eccentricity. It's also possible that because we were burning in the wrong direction, our orbit never was close enough to circular? That seems unlikely. Put the print after... Oh, yeah. Good call. Yeah, I mean, we should be well within the instructions per update, but we'll just make that change and revert here. I think I have it set to, like, the default 200. I could crank it way up on this computer, I'm sure, without impacting my frame rate too badly. Alright, 2x it is. For whatever reason, we're just not stable in 4x. I'm not sure why. This thing should be roll stable. Oh, can I actually override the instructions per update? I didn't realize that. Has to be the first thing, okay. Yeah. Drop the booster, drop the fairing, pitch way up. Because this is a bad program. I could probably do something by adjusting, like, how aggressive our pitch is compared to like our time to AP and be like, oh, we still have so much time, we can pitch less. I'm not really sure. Because what it prefers to do right now, clearly, is like burn straight up and then burn sideways, which is not really what you want. Oh, it looks so good, though. Look at the engine burn reflected in the plume reflected on the stainless. All right. Moment of truth. No, this still didn't stage. What? Yeah, deploying Agena. RCS on, lock. Oh, I'm an idiot. Because I have these two things here, and actually, let's not even do this. Let's just change the staging profile. We lock the throttle early, and I should do it here. And then we don't need any of this. Because the issue that was that I was trying to stage twice within one update. But I think this is fine if we do the, like, lock throttle to 0, like, right at this top. Do it like that. And I could actually do RCS on here as well. Yeah, so we lock throttle to 0, turn on the RCS. This is like the setup, right? All right. This looks right now, but I do have to tweak the staging. And then everything about that program got messed up because it missed a stage instruction, and then it's gone. So let's... I think all I have to do is this. Because, yeah, RCS on, all of this stuff is ready to go when we... I don't know what I just did. I think I somehow broke one of those out of symmetry. Let me fix that. All right, they're on the right stage at least. The engine is nitrous oxide, yes. At least until I get hydrazine. Nitrous oxide is my best choice. All right. Oh, something else I could play with to make this look a little bit nicer is the mount model on the Agena tank. But that's just aesthetics. So with this thing pushing up, I should do some research. I'm sure somewhere there is a well-known algorithm for what I'm trying to do here, where I need to be, like, again, saying that I have 3 minutes. Why am I pushing straight up when I could be a little closer to my prograde? That would also reduce the coast phase, right? If we're kind of burning more gradually into our target AP. All right. You should still have an ignition remaining, right? Total runtime 00. What do you mean 0 ignitions remaining? I locked throttle to 0 before I staged, right? We'll find out. I'm gonna be sad if this didn't work the way I thought it does. Oh. Nope. Yeah, we lost our ignition. Calculate up and forward separately. I know how much gravity will act on you until AP, how much altitude is missing, and how much thrust you can achieve. Yeah. When we're pushing forward, we're also pushing the time until AP ahead, and I don't know, it changes every frame. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's it. Await 0 here. I mean, the other option is to go back to doing this. Have the engine in another stage again. I was trying to get too clever. Sorry. This code. This should be right. Yeah, recalculated every update and it's fine, and it should be relatively consistent. Alright, let's revert back to VAB. Put the engine in another stage again. Oh, right. I remember why I didn't do this. I've already forgotten why the code was this way in the first place. This doesn't work because our stage delta V duration doesn't work. Yeah. So you think just a wait 0 here? Or really it's a wait 0 after the lock throttle, isn't it? But... and hopefully this won't ignite. Okay. And then engine is still in the right place, because we do actually all want it in the same stage. Let's see if this does the job. Because I thought when throttle was at 0, it didn't actually ignite the engine until you throttle up on a stage. Oh, I wonder if the throttle is locked to 0, but, like, where in the... update loop does the lock happen versus when we're doing that? And has it actually been set to 0 at that point? I wonder if I could also do, like, a unlock throttle, set throttle to 0, lock throttle to 0. Really, the only reason to be using lock throttle instead of set throttle is that I don't trust myself not to, like, smack my keyboard, right? Because it is all under computer control. Having it locked or set doesn't necessarily matter. That is a good question. I'm not sure. I need to reread all the docs on the various cooked versus uncooked controls. All right. Hopefully... does this have an ignition remaining? Hey, this has an ignition remaining now. Cool, that worked. Yeah, the wait 0 was exactly what we needed. And we're still not getting what we want. the heck? Are we gonna burn exactly again? Alright, well, this just apparently does not do what I thought it did based on the docs. I mean, that's what I had before, I just didn't want to have to change the program. Well, I guess we can watch this and still wait to see if it gets us close to a circular orbit, even though it's burning a little bit late. It also doesn't matter that it's burning a little bit late, like... No. This just, like, never even tried. Firing Agena. Yeah, it's like our eccentricity never hit the threshold. I mean, this is fine. I mean, we can just do this again at like 35 seconds, call it. Yeah, oh, it could be a unit mismatch. I mean, the time could also be a unit mismatch, but... I mean, that appears to be... correct. I mean, is it possible that if our circularization burn is funky, we would never get... Yeah, I think that's what's happening, is we're blowing through it. So we probably need to do some kind of threshold based just on our orbital, like, altitude, and then fine-tune the PE with RCS afterwards. Or fine-tune the eccentricity with RCS afterwards. Or velocity, yeah. Ugh. That's too bad. I was hoping that would just work, but yeah, I think our TWR on this Agena stage is just a little too beefy for, a satellite this light. Circular orbit has a very simple, yeah. Yeah, if we know our AP and our altitude and our velocity. I don't know. I think I'm gonna call it here for today. This is really good progress, right? Like, this thing can insert to a desired PE, which is fantastic. The Atlas program is working great. Wait until AP ETA is larger than PE ETA. Ooh, that's a good one. Because that would say that they flipped. And then we just fire... So we kill the engines when they flip, and then we fine-tune with RCS. I like that. I like that plan. Let's try just testing the... Wait until... ET apoapsis is greater than... Although if we pass our apoapsis during our burn, this will also happen, right? Wait. Because we're going to start our burn on one side of the AP. What if we do this? So this just waits until we're at AP, right? We're now closer to PE than AP. And then if we... Wait until they flip. There we go. So we burn just past our apoapsis. And then burn until it flips. It's not quite in the right direction, but I'm curious to see how far we overshoot doing it this way. And how... Yeah. Because if we cross the AP threshold when we're doing the burn, then like which one we're waiting for flips. Yeah. Let's try this. I really need to spend a little bit of time on thinking about making these programs native to each stage and having them be able to track their state a little bit. Because I'd love to be able to have the Atlas program be largely in the Atlas and the Agena program live in the Agena, and have the startup code be able to handle like being sequenced from the payload, right? Like the payload script should boot up and it should send parameters to the Atlas script. And once the Atlas script is ready to go, it will, once it has all of its parameters, it can fire. And if there is no Atlas script, that's fine. The Agena just waits until it gets its parameters in orbit, right? And it says, oh, I'm in orbit. I don't have an Atlas below me. I can just do my thing. But getting all that sequencing in the boot is a little more complicated, and I haven't thought through all of that IPC stuff yet. Alright, Twitch says it's break time. This is going to take, a few minutes before we get to the point of the Agena. So for everyone with Twitch Turbo, you can just watch this launch in silence, and everyone else is going to get ads. All right. That is the end of our ad. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the channel, everybody. I run ads as rarely as Twitch will let me to still turn off pre-rolls, and I try to take my break when the ads are going so you don't miss anything interesting. So I know the 3-minute ad block can be kind of annoying, but it's the best that I can do to make sure that that you're not missing any content when it's happening, or missing any content from random ad interruptions or from pre-rolls. Anyway, Starfighter, yeah, define a common launch API, lower stages will boot and listen on their queues. That's exactly what I'm thinking of, but like what I want to be able to do is like quick save at this point and have it still boot up and work, but also like the Agena needs to know now that like as a stage, in the sense of a rocket stage, not in the sense of a KSP stage, that it's like it is in control and there isn't a avionics unit below it that's trying to like steer the ship just yet. And I think we can track some of that state permanently. I think there's some state that we can be recording that like the stays with the quick save, right? Like they boot up and they can read stuff from storage. There's a storage API. I just have to like learn it. It's one of the many things on my to-do lists is like about KOS is just learn some of this stuff. But yeah, that's the general idea is we boot up and then really they should only have to transfer parameters at first boot and the stages should like run their own state machines from there on out. All right, let's fast forward. All right, we fire at exactly at AP now, don't we? All right, and then this is gonna fire until our AP ETA is less than our PE ATA, because that means they've flipped. Because, like, yeah, watching this, I can see how when we're close to circular, we're going to blow right past 0.004, right? Like, we're doing okay here, but our TWR is also still much more reasonable. Why? Oh! Ha 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 ha! This didn't work. It still didn't work. We blew right past our threshold. And we blew past our threshold using times because... because our... now PE is ahead of us. We actually pushed the orbit around a little bit, and we got it ahead of us right as it was flipping. All right, yeah, that's funky. Yeah. There you go. And then target radius is our AP plus... Okay. All right, well, this is wrong still. So, yeah. I'm curious how close we'll actually be to circular when we hit that, because we're not necessarily... Oh, wrong search. So body has mu gravitational parameter. Yeah. But it needs to also be the because our AP is above sea level, right? That's how KOS reports it. So I need to also add body radius. So it's like wait until ship velocity magnitude, or just mag, is greater than or equal to the square root of plus ship altitude plus ship body. Oh, except I want it to actually be not this altitude, but our okay, so then we also need to take in a target altitude, target AP, as well as our eccentricity. And this will be like a rough target orbit reached. And then from here, our to-do is fine-tune eccentricity with RCS. Really, this is target alt. It's neither an AP nor a PE. Oh, and that should be a divide, not a plus, and add some parentheses. I could pre-calculate a bunch of this stuff. We only care about circular. We can use our current radius. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is a good point. So that would be just ship altitude plus ship body radius. And then we don't even have to take a target altitude in. We just circularize at wherever we're at, and that is better. Oh yeah, orbit velocity, not... Yeah. Oh, we do have a velocity on orbitable. Oh, but it's literally... okay. Velocity orbit or orbit velocity. Okay. I think they both work. Because we have velocity on orbitable that returns the orbitable velocity. They should both work. Or orbit velocity. Orbit. Oh no, it is on... Yeah, ship orbit velocity gives us still an orbitable velocity. Same as ship velocity does. Unless I'm misreading these docs, which is always possible. All right. I think this is... Yeah, because it's an orbitable... Yeah. All right, I'm trusting my readings of this docs. Ship velocity, orbit mag. And definitely I need to figure out, like, storing some state so that we can refly parts of these missions. I guess I could... Well, I still need to have all the stages handle their boot scripts correctly, etc. I was gonna say, I could have the simulation, like, put me in orbit, but... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, really, I should just need to, for most of these vehicles, like, they just need to store, like, a simple state machine index, right? Of, like, where we're at in the process. Am I the current stage? If I am the current stage, have I done... What parts of my procedures have I gone through so far? Right? It's all really simple. Just, like, to be able to resume from the correct position. I could probably do something with, like, actually making it data-driven and building state machines in the system, but I'm not sure that I care enough to do that. Versus just, like, knowing when to... Knowing, like, what to skip if we're past it is really all that matters. Yeah, I'm curious if Visviva gives us something vaguely close to what we want. I mean, we're doing it right around AP, or what will be AP/PE, so it should be pretty close. Yeah. But like for something like this, like the Atlas doing its launch, I could quick save here, and I want the Agena to be able to pick up from here, right? So we can make changes to the code and... All right, this has itself aligned. Well, besides not locking the throttle to 0, it did trigger. Yes. We probably need a like wait until... No, this is exactly what I had in, like, my old... Where's Cosmic? Yeah, this. This way we throttle down quickly, but it looks like... turning off the engine, this thing takes a hot second to throttle down. So that might be part of the problem with the overburn. What did we end up in, orbit-wise? 730 by 900 and something? So yeah, when we're that close to circular, the thrust on this thing is just way too big, I think, is the answer. But let's refly this one more time so that we're not staging. Do we know the shutdown time? That's a good question. I mean, I've got it set now to at least not... Whoops. I wanted to revert to vehicle assembly. And I'm also going to turn off the last stage command so we don't actually deploy the payload. Can we see shutdown time? Is that a thing? Toggle open. Ignitions remaining. Effective spool up time is 1.3 seconds. No. I don't think we can see the spool up or the shutdown time. We could maybe use spool up time as a proxy for that, but... Alright, I need to find... Yeah. Your comment from earlier about up and forward, and I'm just gonna drop it in my Discord so that I don't lose track of it. There we go. Basically a reverse hover slam. Yeah. Oh, how is our AP so high? What did I do? Is this because I was at 4x time warp? I probably should have slowed down the time warp when we got close to. All right, we'll do the whole thing at 2x. I don't want to mess with it and fail another launch because I was looking at it in. Yeah. All right, this part went fine. This part goes fine. I was tabbed away when this failed at the last launch, so I have no idea what actually went wrong. So hopefully I can... This part is fine. All right. Right. I was like, what are we even testing? Last time it correctly killed the throttle, I think, but the engine didn't turn off before we staged is probably what happened. Because it was doing that, like, stuff in one frame again. And then the engine was no longer attached to the ship, so it didn't get the throttle command. Yeah. So this time, we should see better handling. I actually disabled the stage command in the overall flight profile. So we should see how close to circular we actually get just using Vis Viva. Because, yeah, it's right through here when we get close to circular. .003. Wait. I don't want to rely on this, but it did work. A little bit of fine-tuning with RCS, and I think we can comfortably hit this every time. Awesome. So yeah, this will get us close, and then from here, we have to decide if we're currently closer to AP or PE, and then just RCS forward or backwards a little bit, just to kind of tweak the eccentricity, right? And I'm not sure the best way to tell if we're closer, because we could be effectively on either side. I mean, should we assume that we always overburn, and therefore we're always going to be on the AP side? Because that's easy, then we always tweak backwards. We need to decide from where we are. Because, like, I'm sure we're so close. Oh, yeah, here we go. This pointing prograde was enough. Oh, that's right. We have the reference speed. So we just need to decide if we're going a little bit too fast or a little bit too slow. Yeah, that's easy. So yeah, then we just like lock steering prograde and try to get closer to our reference speed to some epsilon, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm scared about the decoupler, honestly. The reality, though, is that a 770 by 740 is not bad. Is that, like, fast forward still? Why is it so... Oh, because I'm using SAS, not... Alright, so to do is fine-tune eccentricity with RCS. So we're going to be, like, lock steering to... I think I can just use ship prograde, right? And then we want to do, like... All right. That's my comment. Yeah, P controller is probably just fine. I think with RCS, we might be... bang bang, so RP might be threshold driven. But again, our threshold is our eccentricity, right? So it's like forward/backward RCS choice based on if we're too slow or fast. There's a 10% min throttle. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if the RCS engines themselves have... I guess I can check that. I wasn't sure if the RCS engine themselves would have weird min throttles, because this is RP-1. That's the question. And then we also do need to take into account that our decoupler, well, I mean, we set force percent to 0, so hopefully when we decouple and actually deploy the payload, we don't actually even necessarily need to decouple. Like, decoupling is nice, because it's nice to say, yes, I have successfully deployed the payload. But also... what if we don't, and we avoid having to deal with decoupler shenanigans and the potential Kraken attacks that those involve? I like that plan. It's a large satellite bus. Yeah. I mean, it's an Agena. It is a satellite bus, right? That's totally normal. All right. So these then... whoops... need to be they need to be 4-ways, and I need to pick some 4-ways that I don't hate. The mini 4-ways, maybe put them like here, because it doesn't really matter where they go. Well, other than it makes the pitch control a little funkier. That's fine. All right. And then... the problem is we can't actually do, like, negative throttles with RCS. So... what's the... Yeah. Lock throttle, lock steering... Wait, I can actually set the throttle negative and it'll work? And it'll do RCS backwards? Because, like, I was just going to do this ship control... oh, here we go, yeah. Ship control 4 to be -1 to +1. Yep. Yep, with a -1 with a 10% dead zone in the middle. Okay. So what we want to do is, like, lock ship control 4 to... well, really it should be a loop, right? Loop. And I know this is the wrong syntax. I'll fix it later. Maybe I'll fix it now, because it's upsetting my IDE. Is there just a general loop forever? Yeah, I can lock it to some P term, but I need to know when to, like, unlock and be done. Yeah, that works. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You're right. So let's do, like, local function, yeah, whatever. I'll duplicate the code for now and we'll figure it out. So it's gonna be lock... Actually, I can still leave steering locked, right? Because steering won't adjust ship control 4, or will it? Oh, lock with these controls won't work. Okay, so I do have to do this as a loop. Never mind. So I want to lock steering. I do need to have a loop. Specifically says lock won't work. And that's fine. Let's go back into loops. Until, for, or from. Well, okay. I mean, I should just be able to do this, right? Because I'm going to do my own break when I care. Local... Okay. Local... throttle is... minus mag times if throttle is less than 0.1 brake set ship control 4 to throttle. No, I don't want absolute value here. Because I want it to translate backwards if we're going too fast. Oh, absolute of throttle. Yeah. Sorry. All right, and this p-val is chosen completely at random. And then I need like a weight 0 in this loop, don't I? Oh, this says 5%. Target it to hit. Yeah, I could. Yeah. I see what you mean. So, like, if I wanted to hit dead zone when I'm within 100 meters a second, I don't know if that's right, but, then we'd want our factor to be 100 meters a second becomes 0.1, so that would be like a factor of 1,000. So this factor of 100 here is actually within 10 meters a second of circular. That might be fine. This wild-ass guess may have actually been fine. Let's give it a try. What's the worst that'll happen? I mean... I don't know how close we actually have to be velocity-wise for it to be, Well, that was fast. Oh, of course, local throttle. That's not gonna work. I set the brake condition to be what the dead zone should be, but yes, we actually should get the dead zone from the RCS. That would be better. Will this say what our dead zone is if I right-click on it? No. Yeah. But the RCS actually can have its own dead zone. That's something else I was reading in the docs. What? What? Okay. It's a list of 0 items because it's not tagged. Okay, that worked. I thought parts dubbed was supposed to work for, like, every name or tag or whatever. RCS dead zone suffix of RCS parts. Oh, which is dead band, not dead zone. Found another out-of-date bit of the docs. Game's built-in RCS input null zone. Yeah, that's what I want to see. .05 and change. Yeah. That's 0.05 to within a floating point error. And my threshold is 0.1, so I think we're good. My threshold is double the dead zone. I could switch this in the code to it's 0.05, not 0.5. It's 1/50th. So there's a 10 in there. Yeah, I went through the same thing on my head. I was like, wait, this is 0.5. Why is there rounding errors? Anyway, this should be fine. Oh. All right. I'm going to try to wrap this up for today in the next 10 minutes or so, regardless of how much further we get, because I am getting hungry and it is affecting my ability to... Ooh, this is all wrong. To think effectively. My brain's turning to mush. It's been a 6.5-hour stream. Writing code on stream and being hungry are not a great combination. But, like, I'm impressed that we got the Atlas Agena, like, this close to circularization. And if this RCS code works within a couple of tests, then, like, we're prepared to fly several missions moving forward in the next episode. I'm glad it turned out that I was pretty much right about the Thor just, like, having too high of a TWR and burning out at the wrong time for this kind of maneuvering. The Atlas is doing much, much better at that. It's also... Well, we just staged something. Okay, there we go. That didn't do something right. We missed a stage in there. This should still get where it needs to go. We know that the Agena has too much Delta V, so whatever we lost to ditching the boosters late, we'll be okay, is my point. I'm not going to revert this flight. The staging of the fairings and the RCS got messed up when I swapped around the RCS engines, and I didn't realize it when I was in the VAB. All right. Yeah, if we can... We could really add a Warp 2 AP. Yeah. I need to mess around with the warp stuff in KOS and make sure that I trust it enough to make it part of my, like, program loops. But yes. Especially now that we have this, like, Agena program that, like, sets itself up and knows that it's ready. It actually knows when it wants to burn, so it can warp to that point. Well, I heard RCS go for a hot second there, but we must be within... I think so. Yeah. (7482) and we're going 7492. So yeah, we are within 10 meters a second. So I think the answer is that I need to set my my P term like up by an order of magnitude to try to get within 1 meter a second. Or do we say we want to be within like 5 meters a second? So it worked. It fired the RCS for just like a second there, and then it decided it was within the threshold that we cared about. I don't know if you heard the pulse. Within, let's do within 2. Let's say we want to get within 5 meters a second. You know what? Let's even make it local P is... I mean, the contract is happy, but now I'm like... How close can I... How close can I get it with RCS? Can I get it within 1 meter a second? Let's say within like 2 meters a second. Then this should be threshold. I bet we can do it. I bet the RCS has the precision. Yeah, I think we've got just enough time for one more launch, and then I'm going to call it a day. The contract should be happy with this, barring, you know, perturbations, etc. I think this is also more than circular enough for the, angle the craft off to the side so the null zone disappears. Yeah. But I'm curious. I mean, I want to see it actually try to do the maneuver tweak a little bit, so I'm setting it more aggressive just to see if it will figure that out. Plus, I just want to see how precise we can get. Like, if we can get within 2 meters a second, that's fantastic. Oh, shoot, I wasn't paying attention. How am I? So it's actually a, let's go back to the code. Right, so the factor is just how much I'm pushing RCS, but it's based on our velocity difference. So if we have a target velocity delta of like 2 meters a second, then what I want is my p-value to say at 2 meters a second off, we're less than our threshold. So this is really just a p-value. This is a p controller, is what it is, right? The closer I am to circular, the more, or target velocity, the less I burn. And then I'm choosing P so that the threshold is always at my maximum delta. Because I have this threshold that's kind of built into the game, which is below this, right? It's, 0.05. I'd probably do 0.06 just to be safe. But because I'm leaving myself a plenty friendly zone, what I should see is that once this P factor reaches, we're within 2 meters a second, we're below threshold. And then, yes, the speed change we get will depend, but that just means that it'll sit throttled up for longer on a heavier vessel, or for less time with more RCS thrust. And that's fine. Like, I don't actually care about how long the burn takes or any of that. I care that it's just kind of constantly tweaking itself until it thinks it's circularized. All right, let's actually remember to slow down time warp when we get up there. I think what happens is if we hit 100 kilometers at fast warp, our pitch maneuver that this thing likes to do. Oh, whoops. Oh, are we okay? We're okay. If we hit 100 at fast time warp, the pitch up that this thing does gets all screwy and it starts tumbling, and then we lose our orbital insertion. So I just need to turn the time warp down when we get closer to that. Oh shoot, I was hoping to be wrapped up before the next ad break, and I've run out of snoozes. So hopefully, can I do this in 1 minute and 40 seconds? We'll find out. Probably not. Waltz will stabilize itself in what it thinks is reasonable for prograde. Yes. 2, 1. Ugh. Yep, this ad is going to run right when this thing is being tested, unfortunately, and there's nothing I can do about it at this point. That is awful timing. But I will, I guess I can rerun it, whether it's successful or failure. I'll rerun it after the ad so everyone can actually see this thing do what it's going to do. That didn't work right. Well, maybe it did. No, our eccentricity is too high. All right. I'm not sure. All right, it's break time. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to re-review the code, and I'm going to figure out why this isn't doing what I want it to do. Oh, it is doing what I want it to do. It's still running. You're right. Yeah, it's trying to slow itself down. This RCS is not doing a good job of that. Okay, I might need more. The problem is that the PE is also going down. Oh, but not as badly. All right. Yeah, it's still running. It's trying. Yeah, we're way out from PE, I think is part of it. Did we have the weight? Well, what happened here is we managed to shut off the engines, like, right as it was flipping around. And I'm not sure how we did that. Although maybe some of that is from the RCS firing afterwards. But yeah, we should be pretty close to PE when we shut off, because we are waiting for that 30-odd seconds. But I was also time warping, trying to get it done before the ad. And that is... Yeah, they move. That is the problem indeed. But I think because I was time warping, we got some weird behavior around some of it, because I was trying to beat the ad break. So... Let's try this again without rushing, now that I have an hour until the next ad break. I'm not going to stream for another hour. I do need to wrap up. I'm very hungry. Let's just run this whole launch at a nice, gentle 2x time warp. Or not. There's something weird about that, where if I hit that when it's spinning up before it's actually launched, it does a full time warp and not a physics warp. I always forget that KSP will do that. I'm like, the engines are on. It's under thrust. Why are you... Alright, now we can physics warp. And I'm not going to rush it. Oh, welcome back from the ad, everybody. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the channel. It really is appreciated. I ended up just... I'm reflying this because I was rushing the time warp to try to beat the ad, and... docking mode. Yeah. No, it looked like it was doing the right thing. I mean, I was zoomed in watching the RCS gases, which is ridiculous. But, you know, again, it's possible that we need more fore aft, like, thrust, like, just total newtons. Because it's one thing for this thing to, you know, flip itself around and rotate and align itself when it has torque. It's another thing to seriously adjust its orbit, right? But yeah, the other problem is that, like, if we're not within so many seconds of AP or PE, and we're off from circular, then we're, like, never actually going to circularize, right? Or it will eventually circularize, but it will take way too much delta V, is really the... All right. Now, time warp. And this is at 1x. I'm not going to mess with this. I'm not going to rush it. I'm just going to let it go. Our back is not fully thrusting, is it? Like, it's on, but it's nearly... Oh, it's off now. Yeah. Oh, and our eccentricity is 0.002. Okay. So yeah, we were able to get a tighter eccentricity. And if I open the terminal... Circular? Circular. Yeah, it's off now. I mean, AP and PE are still dropping, but that's just... Is that just Principia? Seems like they're dropping quite a bit. Not burning. Not burning. Yeah, it does seem way too much for Principia. Well, maybe it's fine. It's fluctuating up and down, but I think it's fine. I think it's just the noise of Principia. As long as, you know, this can sit around for a few orbits, and, well, yeah, we didn't hit the inclination target, but... I'm surprised it fluctuates that much. Our orbital speed is very consistent, though. Like, we are within a couple of meters a second of circular. Oh, my eccentricity just spiked. Oh, now it's coming back down. Interesting. There definitely might be some, well, I'm glad I tried to get the eccentricity tighter in this. Yeah, because here it's down to 0.001. Here it thinks it's circular. Does Principia model the geoid? That's not the right word. Is that the right word? The like differing gravity from the shape of the Earth and how that tugs on satellites? Okay. So that's what we're seeing. Because this is a polar orbit. We're getting the geoid, I think. There's going to be a lot more variation from a polar orbit than from a more flat one, just because of the squashed earth and stuff. But it seems okay. Like, it actually got itself closer to circular, so I'll take it. But it's good to know that there might be some finickiness with this when we try to actually run the contract. And the other thing, of course, is that we didn't end up in a high enough inclination. Burning 90 degrees due north, we end up in this 80-degree inclination orbit. So we need to burn a little more backwards. And I need to put that in my notes as well to do launch azimuth calculations. All right, and that's going to be... Well, right now we're doing it up here. We just do this heading minus target inclination. So this is a to-do launch azimuth. No. What was my exact search term? Orbiter wiki launch azimuth. Yeah. Here, I'm just going to paste in the... There. So yeah, figuring out the launch azimuth, and again, probably getting that into a math function. Or maybe we just move it entirely into the atlas and we pass in the target inclination to our first stage, like as part of our first stage API. Because what I'd like to see eventually is I can, you know, if all I have to do is like find replace Atlas with Titan, and all the same things work, right? If I decide I need a bigger launcher for this mission or anything like that. But yeah, we got quite a bit done today. We got the updated launch program, which didn't work for Thor, but then we built an Atlas, and it works great on Atlas, because Atlas has a more manageable TWR. There's some work to do with that around here, where we're doing this whole target burn heading thing, where we want to be thinking about our time to AP and or our remaining fuel and how we want to instead of burning, basically right now it's burning up and then horizontal, and I think I could make it less aggressive with that. But it works for now, so that's fine. All the Agena stuff for circularization, like, I was not expecting to be able to do these nav satellites that easily. So, all right. Well, thank you everybody who's tuned in. It's always really appreciated. This was great. This was great progress. I am really happy with it. Yep. See you next time, Starfighter. Oh, sorry. Space. Twidget Gray, thanks for the follow. Really appreciated. CMAS, I know where in the wiki that information is, but good to know that that's there. I can dig that up. Sorry the link got censored, but, you know, this is the internet, and strangers write things in my chat. Anyway, yeah, thanks very much, everybody. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to see me live, the link is down below in the doodly-doo to my Twitch. I do KSP every Wednesday at around 1 p.m. Pacific time until my brain is mush. And if you are watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm to help this video or me in general be more visible to the rest of the world, that would also be really, really appreciated. tomorrow is Factorio Day, and we will go. Still haven't decided what my wildcard game for Friday is this week, so that might be a last-minute decision. But regardless, thanks again, everybody, and I will see you next time.